Hi, friends. Hi. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, happy Wednesday. Hi, everybody. Hey. QB's coming in. She's like, Nightbot. You ain't doing it, Nightbot. I'm doing it today. Thanks, QB, for all the links and the things and the to-do list, right? I love it. Thank you. No Autobots rollout can take over the work that QB does. I love you. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Margaret. Hello, guys. How are you all? You did make it, Margaret. You did. You are in the right place. You are in the right place. How is everybody today? How is everyone? We're on day 4 of Vermont versus Joseph Ferlazzo. And he's on the stand today. He is on the stand today. I watched part of it. Like, this guy's a joke. This guy is a joke. Let me add it. Here we go. There's the lovely fire alarm. He takes the stand. Yes, QB, he takes the stand. He does. I'm like, okay. The Joseph dude, he takes the stand. You're reheating coffee in your Tommy Tippy? Yeah, I'm drinking coffee. It's about to here, so it's not hot anymore. Yeah, so let's start rolling. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Oh, look, he's got his script and everything. He's asking his lawyer, should I mention that one little bit, that one little part where blah, blah, blah?
Here in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr., 21 CR 8967.
BR 549.
Present with his attorneys.
BR 549.
And the state's present through Ms. George and Ms. Adams.
Sorry.
Here to begin another day of jury trial. Are there any issues to address? I take it there are not, since I didn't hear any before we bring in the jury.
Just one, Judge. Yesterday during Detective Fury's testimony, the state did end up admitting States 115, the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I know.
And so I hadn't given it to the court, so I did give it to Aspen for marking, and just wanted to be. Our stipulation says we weren't going to.
So that stipulation should be discarded, wasn't there?
The stipulation just said, the stipulation is still about
just
the
so
chain
the rest
of
of the
custody.
chat
It
knows.
does say in it that it wasn't going to be admitted.
Right.
Just so the rest of the chat knows, every time I say BR 549, QB says, did I ever tell you that I'm related to that man? He's my grandma's first cousin. I don't remember. You'll have to say it again in the chat how you're related to him, but it cracks me up.
Right.
But the rest of it is important and still.
Junior Samples is my grandma's cousin. There we go.
Piece we're going to have to tell them to disregard.
Well, he would be your cousin
Just cross it
too.
out.
So why do you always
Yeah.
say my grandma's cousin? If he's your grandma's cousin, he'd be your cousin too.
I think we
You
can
may
just
want
cross
to
that.
just redo it so it doesn't say it wasn't admitted.
I can do that.
Okay. Anything else to address?
No, thank you, Judge.
Chance? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. Oh, okay. I got you, QB. I got you. I understand. Understood. Good morning, Miss King. Well, good afternoon. It's noon here. Afternoon. 12:44 to be exact. 12:44. But it's morning for you, I know. It is. QB said, and it's because growing up, my grandma always said it anytime anything hee-haw was mentioned. Junior Samples is my cousin. I think it's cute. I loved to watch hee-haw when I was little. I always pretended to be Minnie Pearl. My mom would have like straw hats, you know? And I'd take a straw hat and find a little dangly string and a piece of paper and let it dangle. Yeah, I always wanted to be Minnie Pearl.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Usual questions.
I'm so proud to be
Did anyone
here.
learn anything about this case since retiring yesterday and going home to your respective homes? Seeing all shakes of the head no.
Howdy.
Did anybody read anything about this case? Did anybody watch any news accounts of the case since yesterday? Is there any reason why any one of you cannot continue to be a fair and impartial juror in considering all the evidence in this
King Friday.
and receiving the shakes of the head no from all 16 members of the jury? Is the state and defense ready to begin?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Stephen Shapiro.
Judge King Friday, right? Hey, Kel. Lord, look at this dude's head of hair.
Show me the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains.
He looks like Einstein.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Stephen with a V, Shapiro, Shapiro.
Sorry.
How are you employed?
I'm on cup number, I don't know what, of my coffee. And I'm feeling better, I think. So I'm like, blah, 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 blah. He's not balding anytime soon, right? That's a thick head of hair. I saw my Kleenex. I was like, sorry. I'm feeling a little bit goofy today. A little bit goofy. I have taken cold medicine, but it's not why I'm goofy. I think I just feel a little bit better. And it's the holidays. I watched White Christmas last night, which, by the way, if you didn't know, my sister Mickey Jor, that's her favorite movie in the whole entire world.
Currently, I'm self-employed.
What do you do as a self-employed individual?
Hey, Henny.
Mostly I do autopsies still.
In the
Ooh, we're gonna
past,
do
have
the
you
talk about
worked
the
as a
autopsy
medical
today.
examiner in Vermont?
I have.
When?
I started doing autopsies up here, I believe it was 1999. I started working full-time October 2001. They made me chief in 2006. I officially retired April of 2020.
Now, I don't know if they're going to show any, I'm sure the jury's going to see Emily's remains. However, I don't, every once in a while we get, you know, we get accidental views. So trigger warning ahead of time just in case. I hope not.
21. And then I worked for about a year and a half on a fee-for-service for the state of Vermont.
I'm glad you got it,
So
QB.
in
That's
October of
awesome.
2021, you were doing fee-for-service for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I'm on a 1.25
Before I
it.
ask you about some of those duties at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly explain to the jury what kind of education and training one has to become a medical examiner?
Sure. Well, I did undergrad in medical school here in Vermont, graduating medical school in 1993. From there, I went to the Oregon Health Sciences University in Portland, Oregon, where I did a combined residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. My last year in Oregon was spent mostly at the medical examiner's office for the state of Oregon in Portland. In July of 1998, I went to New York City, where I did a formal fellowship in forensic pathology. I was hired on in 1999 as a full-time city medical examiner. I was mostly stationed in the Bronx County office. And then really after the towers, I moved up here.
So you mentioned that you were chief medical examiner here in Vermont. Can you explain to the jury what some of your duties were as the chief medical examiner?
Well, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner is essentially a government agency. We sit under the Department of Health. All what we do is derived by statute. It's VSA 5205. Essentially, we investigate sudden, unexpected, or violent deaths related to public health issues. Some deaths required by law, prisoners, mental institution patients. But mostly I did autopsies. We have a big public health component of our work, monitoring, deaths in Vermont. So we did a lot of that.
Thank you. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between cause of death and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is an etiologically specific thing. People die of atherosclerosis, heart disease, diabetes. These are specific diseases. Baseball bats, gunshot wounds. So, I always use Abraham Lincoln as an example. If I asked you what killed Abraham Lincoln, you'd probably say he was shot in the head. That's his cause of death. Now, if I was to ask you what changes or alters your biochemistry and physiology of having a lead projectile go through your head, you might tell me things like direct trauma, hemorrhage, shock. All these things are non-specific. Lots of things cause hemorrhages in your brain, whether they're strokes or bullets or baseball bats or aneurysms. So just saying, grandma had a brain hemorrhage doesn't really help us define what killed grandma. So that's cause and mechanism, and manner of death essentially describes the circumstances surrounding the death. In Vermont and most of the country, we only have 5 choices. Most of us die of natural causes. And then we have suicide, intentionally taking your own life, homicide, somebody else did it, accidental deaths, and sometimes we just don't have enough information to classify the deaths in one of those categories, so we have the undetermined category.
Thank you. Approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Honestly, I haven't kept track in a long time, but I'd say I'm around 6,000, the heavier side of 6,000.
Have you performed autopsies of individuals who have died of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Can you estimate the number?
No, but gunshot wounds are a pretty common thing in a forensic pathology practice.
And have you been trained to determine if an injury is caused by a gunshot wound?
I have.
Were you involved in an autopsy in October of 2021 relating to a body that was discovered in a van in St. Albans, Vermont?
I was.
How did that occur? How did you become involved?
It was my day. When we're in the office, we usually just, at the time, we would, there was only one other associate I had, Dr. Bundock. So we pretty much split it by week. It was my week.
And how did the body arrive at the medical examiner's office?
The body arrived in a sealed trauma bag, and inside that trauma bag were, I believe it was 8 individual black garbage bags containing remains.
Were you Before I talk about details, were you able to identify that body?
We were.
Who was that?
Miss Emily Ferlazzo.
And how were you able to identify Ms. Ferlazzo?
Physical features and circumstances.
As part of the autopsy, was there any toxicology testing done to determine if Ms. Ferlazzo had any substances in her
Aw,
system? at
cute,
the time of her
Henny.
death?
Cute.
Yes.
Were there any positive findings of significance?
I would say nothing of significance. There were some positive findings.
And what were those positive findings?
I believe there was nicotine, cotinine, a metabolite of nicotine. I think there was a little marijuana in there, and caffeine, I believe.
Did Ms. Ferlazzo have any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
I don't have the report in front of me, but I don't believe she did, no.
If, would seeing your report refresh your recollection on that?
It would.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 113. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Well, this is a copy of my autopsy report. It does not have the toxicology report attached to it.
I apologize. Was anyone else present when you conducted Ms. Ferlazzo's autopsy?
There were several people there, yeah.
At the start of your autopsy, did you do anything with the 8 garbage bags before you opened them?
All of the bags were x-rayed,
Were there human remains in those bags?
in some of them.
Which bags contained human remains?
It would help me if I had my report, but I believe it was bag 3 through 8.
And do you recall what was in each bag?
Not off the top of my head, no.
When you were able to open all of the bags, was all of Ms. Ferlazzo's, well, what was in the bags?
There was a dismembered body. All the anatomic parts were there, so it was a complete body.
Did you measure and weigh the body?
Yes.
How much did the body weigh?
There's no way I'm going to remember that, Counselor.
Would seeing your report refresh your
It
recollection?
would. So the combined weight of all the parts we had is 128 pounds.
So just so the record is clear, could Dr. Shapiro indicate what page he's referring to in his autopsy report and that the information is coming from the autopsy report? Thank you.
So this is from my report on page 3 of 7 under the external examination. I have her as an estimated length of 5 foot 3 inches and a weight of 128 pounds.
Upon inspection of the body, did you observe fatal injuries?
I did.
Can you describe those injuries?
Ms. Ferlazzo had 2 gunshot wounds to her head. The entrances were on the left side, the exits on the right side. She also had multiple post-mortem, after death, stab wounds.
Before we talk about that, I want to talk about the gunshot wounds. And you said left side. Is that Ms. Ferlazzo's left side of her head?
It would be, and if I could have my report up here, it would make me more comfortable with this stuff. Thank you. Entrance wounds on the left, exits on the right.
This may seem like an odd question, but how did you know that it was 2 separate gunshot wounds?
There were 2 separate gunshot wounds.
When you're viewing a gunshot entrance wound, is there a way for you to tell whether the barrel of a gun was pressed up against the skin?
There are.
How do you determine that?
So when we talk about gunshot wounds and range of fire, how far away the barrel was from the target. Really, there's only three basic kinds. Contact wounds, and this is all based on all the other stuff besides the bullet that comes out of the end of the barrel. There's gases, there's unburnt powder, there's burning powder, there's a lot of stuff that comes out, smoke. So if the barrel is pressed right up to against the target, all that other material goes inside the body. If it's a little farther away, not up against the body, we're able to see those particles that embed in the skin. We call that stippling. Sometimes there's smoke, fouling, and that can give us, if we go and test fire the weapon, we measure what's on the skin surface or the target surface, and then we can do test firing of the weapon to determine a range of depth. If you move past the distance where those little particles and smoke travel, we call that, even if it's only 1 inch past there, none of that stuff is on the target, and all the wounds would look alike after that, whether it's 10 feet away or 150 yards away, because there's nothing there, and there is no way for me to determine the distance wounds. And there are other caveats involved.
Did you observe any of the stippling on Ms. Ferlazzo's entrance wounds?
I did not.
Would the presence of another object like fibers or cloth or clothing prevent stippling?
That was the caveat I was putting in there.
When you're viewing a gunshot exit wound, are there differences in how that appears during autopsy depending on whether the person's skin is up against an object?
There are.
And can you explain to the jury what that looks like?
So when a bullet's fired, it's spinning along like a football, a nice spiral pass. As soon as that bullet hits something, it begins to yaw or tumble. So if it'll go in with that nice spiral, it will make a nice round hole. As it passes through and it's tumbling, goes to the other end, and whether it comes out backwards, sideways, we don't know, and it lacerates. It tears the skin on the way out. If that skin on the exit wound is pressed up against something, when it lacerates out and the skin moves out, it smacks up against, and this all happens in less than a blink of an eye, it smacks up against the surface it's on, and it causes a little abrasion ring around it, which looks very much like an entrance wound.
Does the way that this looks depend on whether the object the skin is against is hard or soft?
It really just has to be a tight, something up against the skin, whether it's a wall, a chair, a bra strap, something that holds the skin together.
So to be clear, there needs to be some contact.
Yes.
Did you observe anything with regard to the 2 exit wounds on Ms. Ferlazzo that indicated whether or not her head was laying against anything when she was shot?
Both of the,
May we approach, please?
Oop, they want to try to nip things in the bud. May we approach, please? He's working up his courage to get up there on the stand. Same way he was working up his emotions in that interrogation room.
No, that you're, Dr. Shapiro, I just have to. So, Dr. Shapiro, I just have to ask you if you are going to refer to your report, which is fine, if you could just let us know that you're referring to your report and what page you're referring to.
okay, well, I don't think I was with those last two, but on page 4 of 7 is the descriptions of the gunshot wounds. And in the 3rd paragraph under gunshot wound of entrance, marked A, in the 3rd paragraph, on the edges surrounding the wound is an approximately 1/8 inch ring of abrasions, parentheses, short exit wound. And on gunshot wound B in the 3rd paragraph, I described it as an approximately 1/16, there is an approximately 1/16 surrounding abrasion, parentheses, short exit wound.
So based on those observations, what were you able to conclude?
That Ms. Ferlazzo's head was against something when she was shot.
Were you able to determine a manner of death for Ms. Ferlazzo?
It was.
And what was that?
It was a homicide.
What is the definition of homicide in an autopsy?
Really, it's a medical definition, but it's really death at the hands of another.
Were the injuries from the 2 gunshots the sole cause of Ms. Ferlazzo's death?
Yes.
So we talked a little bit about this, but I'm going to ask some specific questions. In addition to the two gunshot wounds, you also indicated that Ms. Ferlazzo's body had additional injuries. I'd like to talk about the stab wounds first. How many stab wounds were on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
There was a total of 18 separate stab wounds.
Page number.
That I just added up on the front sheet, the first page, under final diagnosis 2, postmortem dismemberment and stabbing, A, chest 1, abdomen 8, back 9.
Were you able to determine whether these 18 stab wounds occurred before or after Ms. Ferlazzo died?
I was.
How were you able to determine that?
So when you stab somebody or wound somebody in any way, you disrupt the small vessels, the microvasculature. Well, sometimes you disrupt big vessels too, but there's bleeding involved. The bleeding is really a result of having blood pressure. Your heart's beating, your vessels are all having a liquid under pressure. So when those vessels are disrupted, the blood essentially squirts out. And causes hemorrhage surrounding those wounds. Ms. Ferlazzo's wounds did not have any evidence of that. Vital reaction is what we call it.
Are you able to determine how long after she died those stab wounds were inflicted?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to inflict those stab wounds?
The stab wounds, all had similar features. Once again, I'm referring to page 5 of 7. The stab wound of the chest had a blunted edge and a sharp edge. The stab wounds of the abdomen all had sharp edges and blunt edges, and so did the stab wounds of the back. Essentially what this is a single-edged blade. If you take a blade, one side is flat and the other side is sharp. Pretty much any knife is like that, or most single-edged knives are like that. So when it goes into the skin, you'd see there's a blunt side and a pointy, sharp side of the wound.
When examining a wound on someone's body, is it possible to determine whether it's a slice wound or a stab wound?
Yes.
And how does a medical examiner make that distinction?
So essentially, by definition, these are what we fall under sharp force or cutting injuries. Incised wounds or slices are longer on the skin surface than they are deep. Stab wounds are deeper than they are long. And in a lot of situations, there's lots of overlap.
And in this case, were these incised wounds or stab wounds?
These were all stab wounds.
The one wound to Ms. Ferlazzo's chest, did that cause any other injury in her body?
It did.
What was that injury?
I'm referring to page 5 of 7, under stab wound of chest. It perforates the pericardial sac, that's the sac around the heart, and causes the 3 distinct defects of the heart.
Thank you. Can you generally explain to the jury where the stab wounds were located on Ms. Ferlazzo's abdomen? I guess to clarify, were they scattered or were they linear?
They were sort of grouped. I described them as grouped, but the group was not very tight.
And what about on her back?
The same thing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the dismemberment. How many pieces was Ms. Ferlazzo's body in?
You can make me count.
Page number, please.
Yep. So in bag number 3, this is on page 2 of 7, there was pretty much the left lower extremity minus the left foot. Bag number 4, same page, was Ms. Ferlazzo's head. Bag number 5 was an upper extremity and a foot. I'm on page 3 of 7 now.
May we approach?
Why do you need to approach? You don't want him talking about this? I mean, come on. He did it.
You can continue. You can continue.
Just to answer the question, there were 8 parts.
Were you able to determine whether the dismemberment of Ms. Ferlazzo occurred before or after she died?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion you reached?
This was post-mortem after death dismemberment.
Again, were you able to determine how long after she died that this dismemberment occurred?
No.
Were you able to determine what type of instrument was used to dismember Ms. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
How does one make that determination?
So this was a sharp-edged instrument making well, I won't even say that, making cuts. And then there was evidence of a serrated instrument used as well.
How does that manifest itself on the body?
So the serrated lesions essentially show abrasions at the cutting edge, which correspond to a serrated weapon. They look like serrations.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 60 and 61. Is this the type of serrated edge that could make the marks that you saw on Ms. Ferlazzo's body?
It is.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification as 113A and ask if that would refresh your recollection, and I'll ask one final question.
It does. 113A is a 4-page copy of the toxicology report from National Medical Services, NMS Labs, which is the company we use for a reference lab at the office.
And does that refresh your recollection on whether Ms. Ferlazzo had any alcohol in her system at the time of her death?
It does, and she didn't.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Jantz, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Shapiro.
Hello.
So you testified this morning that that the postmortem injuries, you could not estimate how long after death these injuries may have been inflicted, right?
That's correct.
You also testified that there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging, that is, accumulation of blood at the site of the injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in order for that for there to be hemorrhaging, the blood has to have continued to flow when the injury was inflicted. Is that right?
Flow under pressure. There is gravity still works on liquid blood, but there was no evidence of vital reaction, Counselor.
And you remember my taking your deposition earlier in this case?
I do.
And we discussed this subject of how long after death you could estimate the postmortem injuries having occurred. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you mentioned that there were multiple variables that could affect how long the blood continues to flow through the body. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Humidity was one of them, wasn't it?
Yep.
And temperature.
Temperature?
Yes. So in conditions of high humidity and high temperature, the fluid in the body dries up faster. Isn't that right?
I would say it's the other way. If it's moist, it will stay liquid. If the conditions around are dry, it tends to dry faster.
And you have no information about what the conditions were inside the camper at the time of dismemberment, do you?
That's correct, no.
And I did push you to estimate whether it could have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 hours after dismemberment, didn't I?
I don't remember exactly, but probably yes.
And you did opine that it was at least 5 minutes after dismemberment because of the lack of soft tissue hemorrhaging. Do you recall that?
I don't, but there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging. That would have happened pretty quickly once you stop having blood pressure and heartbeat. But yeah, I couldn't say with certainty how quickly after death that the postmortem injuries were inflicted.
Could you tell from the autopsy that you conducted whether the stab wounds were inflicted prior to the dismemberment?
I could not tell that.
So you couldn't tell what happened first?
That's correct.
So I'm just looking through your deposition testimony. And so, as you sit here today, do you disagree that it could have been 5 minutes after death that these injuries may have been inflicted?
Could be, yes.
Okay. I have nothing else, thank you.
Hey,
No
Brenda.
redirect.
Thank you.
That was very quick, precise, and to the
Do you have
point.
any further witnesses?
We do not, Judge. Aside from fixing one of the stipulations, the state has no further evidence.
State rests.
Yes.
All right, so the state rests. Okay. Now, I don't know, they might take a quick little break, but Joseph Ferlazzo is getting ready to take the stand.
The party want to approach for a moment?
All right.
Did you?
Exactly, Miss King, exactly.
You'd have a
I-
vote before the motion. I can do either one, whatever.
Like I said, I didn't see all of it, but I saw
George,
quite a bit of it.
please get to see Ms. Johnson again.
So, right, Brenda, I know, because he did that in the interrogation. He did that in the
Judge, could we do a 5-minute bathroom break?
interrogation room.
Then we'll come back.
Thank you.
I knew they would take a quick little break. Let's scooch past.
Wish to make or no?
We'll have to go get another cup of coffee to be able to endure this man's voice, even. Ugh.
Collect thoughts, break. Ms. Jantz, do you have any motions?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I move under Rule 29 for a judgment of acquittal.
Okay, any argument you wish to make or no?
Yes, let me turn my computers back on. I apologize, Judge. Give me 1 second. The state has failed to prove Mr. Ferlazzo is charged with first-degree murder. The elements are that it was that he caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo, that the killing was unlawful, that it was willful,
Hey,
premeditated, and
Morgana,
deliberate.
banana.
In this case, we heard testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in his interview with the police that that he was overcome by rage. Oh, he was hot, he lost focus, blurry, a wave came over him. These are indications of passion or provocation. Therefore, I think that there is sufficient evidence that's already been admitted to the court that Mr. Ferlazzo was overcome by passion or provocation. That would make this not a first-degree murder case. And the state has failed, because it's their burden once there's testimony of passion or provocation, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the absence of passion or provocation. There are, according to according to Belaski,
Hatcher.
4 things to establish provocation. Adequate provocation, I believe, has been shown. Inadequate time to regain self-control or cool off. I anticipate the state's argument is that Mr. Ferlazzo said that he waited 5 to 10 minutes after he was attacked by Emily before he shot her. There's no testimony that that was enough time to cool off. No testimony whatsoever. The third is that there was actual provocation, and he's testified to that. And that the fourth is that there was an actual failure to cool off.
So isn't it the jury's determination of whether the provocation was so great as to create heat of passion that would not justify but reduce the killing from, and usually, by the way, the instruction given is usually for second-degree murder, because the case law is pretty clear that if you find premeditation and deliberation, you necessarily are not finding great. So I'm sure that's a discussion we're going to have later on when we
So
deal with the
I'm
jury
I'm
instruction.
prepared to address that, Judge, in State v. Yo, which was charged as a first-degree murder case.
Right.
The instructions included not only second-degree murder, but voluntary manslaughter.
That's right.
And so it's not, Belaski was a second-degree murder case.
No, I'm not suggesting you may not have a voluntary manslaughter charge here. And the instruction you're wanting for the second-degry murder, I think case law may suggest that that really is a second-degree murder charge, not a first-degree, because there's an, I think it was the defense lawyer who properly said that there's an inverse relationship between premeditation and deliberation and great provocation and sudden passion. But in any event, that will
In any
figure out
event,
later
Judge,
on.
my motion for judgment of acquittal is based on the fact that there was testimony by Mr. Ferlazzo in the admitted state's exhibit of his videotaped interview with the police, that he was under great passion and provocation, and there was no testimony introduced to rebut that in any way, much less beyond a reasonable doubt. That's my motion
Okay,
for
I
judgment of
appreciate it.
acquittal.
So it's largely on the premeditation / deliberation pieces as compared with great provocation. Is that?
That's right.
Ms. George, did you want to respond?
Just briefly, Judge, I think that the state's perspective of the evidence is that there was no provocation. By Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, there was no, certainly not adequate provocation. There was, by his own words, more than adequate time to cool off. He first said 10 to 15 minutes, but even giving him the benefit of the doubt, 5 to 10 minutes is more than enough time from the state's perspective, at least for the
Yeah,
jury to find
that's.
that
I
there
said
was,
yesterday that her
adequate time for him to
personality,
cool off.
the defense
There's no
attorney's
actual provocation.
personality
In his
seems very
statement, he
flat
multiple times says that he was sitting there
and
and was she was
dry.
trying to unfurl his piece, and that he was listening to the rain, and then he decided enough is enough, and not only got up and immediately just killed her, he got up from the couch, he walked over to the closet, he got his gun out, he grabbed a throw pillow, he jumped on the bed, he put the throw pillow over her face after she said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then he not only shot her once, but he shot her twice. I think from the state's perspective, those are all really clear evidence that this was not provoked, and that he had time to cool off, and he made a very clear decision, and in his own words said that it was the worst decision, but that he made a decision to stop her.
Thank you. The court will deny the motion. As parties know, this on Rule 29, you take the evidence in the case in most favorable to the state. You don't consider modifying evidence at that time. In terms of just because voluntariness of this confession has been assessed, neither party is arguing that for purposes of this motion, but I will note for the record that the statement clearly Mr. Ferlazzo immediately says he wishes to talk to Detective Orris after Detective Orris and I've seen it done very differently, very carefully goes over his Miranda rights with him. Frankly, the court was impressed with the time he took to do that, and Mr. Ferlazzo making it very clear, he said, "I want to talk to you, let's not beat around the bush." So from a voluntariness, I think that, again, I just want to put that out, that certainly there's been sufficient evidence shown from which a jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the confession is voluntary. Because I think I have to address that since both parties discussed the statements that Mr. Ferlazzo made
Hey, Laura.
to Detective Boris. And then, of course, he admits we have to prove in a first-degree murder that it was Mr. Ferlazzo who caused the death of Emily Ferlazzo. That's not disputed. He shot her twice in the head, that it was unlawful. Shooting someone twice in the head while they're lying down would be unlawful. That it was willful, that there was intent to do it. He stated he had had enough. And he shot her. And the question is premeditation and deliberation, which is the focus of a first degree versus a second degree and or manslaughter instruction. And for premeditation and deliberation, they're independent concepts, but obviously integrated. Deliberate is the ability to think and process and something, and premeditation is to have a plan beforehand. That's very simplistically said, but that's the interaction between the two. Neither can be, deliberation and premeditation can occur over the course of months or can occur over the course of seconds, at least as the Supreme Court has thus far noted and has restated in many courts throughout the country. And so in this case, the evidence of premeditation and deliberation is Mr. Ferlazzo's own words, that he had had enough, that he felt Emily was going to ruin his life, and he didn't think it was going to stop. We don't know exactly what she was saying while she was lying in bed, but his words were that she had stopped fighting with me, was lying in bed, and when I determined enough is enough, I went to the closet, retrieved my Glock. Certainly, that can be a plan to get that can be deliberation. How am I going to do it? And he gets his Glock. Apparently, he gets a red pillow that may have been on the couch. Another red pillow was there. Goes over to her, puts the pillow over her face, and after she says something to the effect, "You've got to be fucking kidding me," he shoots her twice in the head.
Oof! The judge
plan
said the bad
that
word.
Is, deliberation, or at least it could be thought to be.
King Friday. How could you do that, King Friday? You guys, I got to hear that one more time. I'm so sorry. I got to hear this King Friday say this one more time. Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
That can be deliberation. How am I going to do it?
Good morning,
And
Billy.
He gets his Glock. Apparently, he gets a red pillow that may have been on the couch. Another red pillow was there. Goes over to her, puts the pillow over her face, and after she says something to the effect, "You've got to be fucking kidding me," he shoots her twice in the head. That is a plan. That is deliberation, or at least it could be thought to be. Obviously, there are defenses to that, Ms. Jantz, but as you know, that's for a jury to decide whether either the event occurred too quickly to reduce it potentially to second degree, or there was such great provocation for a jury to think such provocation was justified to the extent of reducing the charge either from first or second degree to involuntary manslaughter. But that's a jury determination. Certainly there's significant evidence from which to find that there was premeditation and deliberation. What no one has discussed yet is the very deliberate efforts he made very soon after the death of Emily to cover up what had occurred. But it could be argued, and I won't go through all of that because I'll leave that to argument later on, but a systematic effort to cover up the death once it occurred. Again, the state and defense may have very different theories as to why that was done, what was going through his mind, but for
Oh my goodness, Chaloon, you came in at the best time. Did you catch the judge say the big F-bomb? I mean, he was quoting what the guy said, but still. Crazy. Laura, honey, no worries. I know what it's like. I appreciate you popping in and being here as much as you can. We love you too. Sugars. I love when she says that. Sugar.
purposes of a Rule 29 motion, there is sufficient evidence from which, again, a jury could find that those steps are further support premeditated and deliberate conduct, and certainly intent on the part of willfulness on the part of Mr. Ferlazzo, another element of first-degree murder. So for those reasons, we will deny the state's motion for a judgment of acquittal.
I understand the court's ruling and reasoning. I do object to the court's conclusion and ruling, and also note that there has been no testimony concerning a motive for any post-mortem injuries, none whatsoever. And so attributing those injuries to a state of mind is not supported by the record.
Well, he did say he was going to take the body and place it, bury it in the woods, I assume, and one could infer that it's easier to bury if they're separate parts.
My understanding is that he actually tells the police that he cut her up so it was easier to carry her.
No,
I mean, so-
neither of those statements indicate the reason behind the dismemberment. They are if. So I object to that.
I hear your argument, and I
understand.
appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
I just think the inference can be drawn that it was done for the purpose of burying the body. And again, I won't go into other things that may support that, because I think that's really better left for argument of the parties.
And for the jury to determine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep this fairly minimal but sufficient so as not to suggest any argument to the state, and certainly more so to protect the defense from any argument I might introduce to the state. So with that, are we ready to proceed? Is the defense planning on having a case today?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Is the court going to ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he intends to testify?
Yeah. Mr. Ferlazzo, what choice have you made in that regard? You understand it's completely your choice, obviously done with advice of counsel. You have an absolute right not to testify.
Exactly,
if you don't
Henny.
want
Just
to, and
shut
the
up,
court,
sit
if
down, ma'am.
requested, would instruct a jury. It could not use that against you.
Okay, I apologize. I should not have said shut up and sit down, ma'am. That's her job to do what she's doing. I'm sorry. I instantly felt bad when I said that.
Anyway, you also have the absolute right to testify if that's your choice.
Yes, I do want to testify.
Okay. Then are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Right, Laura? I hate that you have a headache.
All right.
Please be seated, everyone. All members of the jury are present. The state has rested. Does the defense wish to present a case, Ms. Jan?
Yes, thank you. We call Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay.
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pleadings.
Right, Henny.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
Joseph Ferlazzo?
Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes?
You're the defendant in this case, correct?
Correct.
So, Joseph, we're going to take things one subject at a time, okay?
Very good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Very nervous, very anxious. very tired. Yeah.
Okay. Reaches a point where you feel you need a break, let us know, please.
Yes.
So let's start with some easy information. Where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania, in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Is that where you grew up?
Yes, that is where I grew up. I was there until I think maybe 11 or 12 years
Can
old.
everybody hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, move the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Better. When did you move to Vermont?
I moved to Vermont in 2012.
Were you working as a tattoo artist at that time?
Yes, I was.
When did you meet Emily?
I met Emily in 2018.
And to be clear, we're talking about Emily Ferlazzo, who was your wife, right?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
Well, I had initially met her through her friend Lauren. I can't remember her last name. Lauren.
Laura.
Yes.
What were the circumstances?
The circumstances were I was teaching Lauren. She was serving a piercing apprenticeship. She was apprenticing to be a body piercer.
And you were giving her lessons?
Right.
How did you do that?
That's correct. Yes, she was. She was apprenticing under me to learn how to do all body piercings.
And was Emily with her?
So when Lauren was preparing to start working with clients, she had a sort of a nervous disposition, and it made it so that she was very shaky. And she looked visually like just to see her, she looked like uncomfortable holding a needle. It was a very shaky hand, and I was like telling her how working with the shop's clientele wasn't going to happen until she was more comfortable. So I suggested to have some friends, people that she was more comfortable around, and
What do you mean?
in hopes that she would stop shaking and would be able to do a nice, steady, precise piercing.
So let me make sure I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
Were you suggesting to her that she do a piercing on somebody she knew?
Exactly, yes, a close friend or someone that she felt comfortable with. So
Okay. And who was that person?
it was Emily.
And that's how you first met her?
That's how I first met her, yes.
And did you have any kind of extended conversation with Emily at that point?
In the beginning of the piercing procedures, it was all business. Really just instructing Lauren where to mark, how to prep the skin, things to look for. My conversation with Emily didn't occur until after all of the piercings had been completed, and then the mood sort of changed a bit. It was a little more relaxed, and everyone could just sort of like chop it up, just chat with each other. And we had started talking, and she was awesome. So we talked for a while, and when she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife. Lauren laughed.
You didn't start dating her at that point, did you?
No. I think she was seeing somebody else, and I was seeing somebody else. But we definitely hit it off.
Okay. So how did it come about that you met Emily again?
I had moved to Maine for a little while in 2019. And when I moved back to Vermont in 2020, and I contacted Lauren
Why?
requesting, hang out and see what she was doing, see where she was at with things, how her piercing had progressed, and
Yeah,
was
that
curious.
was a
I had tattooed her
stupid
before. I was
statement.
curious if she wanted any more artwork, or if we would just like hang out, do a kickback, and spend time.
Okay, you contacted Lauren, and
Yes.
did that result in you connecting with Emily?
Well, Lauren was excited. She said, "Oh my God, I would love a new tattoo. I want one. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my sister who wants one, and I'm talking to Emily who also wants one. So, like, we're all excited. So if you can tattoo us, like, yeah, please, like, come and tattoo us." So that's what happened.
When was that?
That was early summer, late spring. I'm not exactly sure of the month. 2020. April, May, June time period.
Okay, so that's when you reconnected with Emily,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And What happened with Emily after that in connection with you?
Well, I had done that piece of art for her, and I want to say it was maybe a week and a half, or not even 2 weeks later, that I don't know if I messaged her. She messaged me. I'm not sure on that, but what I do know is that she wanted to have more tattooing done. She's like, oh my God, like, I really love this tattoo, like, and now I want more. Which leads me to think that she contacted me. But yeah, so that's what happened approximately. Like I said, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, she's back getting more tattoos. I'm asking her how she's been in the last 2 weeks, how her tattoo healed. Her demeanor was different. She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and I was receptive to that. I was like, wow, like, you really seem like pretty open today. Like, and I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
And did she?
Yes, she did. Yes, we took a motorcycle ride that evening. Went through the canyon, went through some of the areas down in middle Vermont, and then I returned her. She was staying with Lauren had a boyfriend named Sam at the time, and she was staying at I think it was the place that Sam was renting. So I returned her to Sam's place.
Where were you living?
I was staying with friends. I was bouncing around. I had just come back from Maine, like I said, and I was bouncing between my friend Spencer Lemon's house, which everyone met a couple days ago. You guys met Spencer Lemons. So him and my friend Sarah, who's in the court today, I was staying with her. My friends were hospitable, and they let me couch surf a bit until I got back on my feet.
By which you mean establishing your practice as a tattoo artist so that you could support yourself, is that what you
That's
mean?
right, yes. Rent is expensive in Vermont for anyone here who rents. So I had to get my finances secure so I could, regain my independence.
So after that night, when did you see Lauren, I keep saying Lauren, Emily next?
The next day.
How did that come about?
Well, after I dropped her off and I returned, I believe I was staying with my friend Sarah at the time, and as I said, I returned to Sarah's, and I texted Emily to let her know that I had arrived safely. She asked me why I did not kiss her, and I said, there's always tomorrow. And then we saw each other the next day, and I believe, yeah, so she had gone over to Lauren was living with her parents. So Emily was staying with Lauren's parents, and we went, hung out, strolled around their property. They had like a hammock. We like sat in the hammock and just like watched the sun go down, just talked, smoked a little marijuana, and just relaxed and hung out.
And after that, did you continue to see Emily?
Yes, I did. Almost every day, almost every single day for the rest of, the whole rest of the summer. Technically Emily was living in New Hampshire with her parents, but she would visit Vermont, like I said, almost every single day. So she would either stay with Lauren or Sam, or she would get a hotel room, or she would stay with me if I would be staying at my friend Spencer's house. So the rest of the summer we were together.
You were together.
Yeah, it was very magnetic. Like we were stuck to each other.
Magnetic?
Magnetic.
And how would you describe your relationship besides magnetic?
Euphoric.
You were happy?
I was happy.
Why?
We just clicked. I feel like we were both just kind of traveling the same wavelength.
So she's was a good bit younger than you, right?
That is correct.
Did the age difference ever become an issue in your relationship?
If it was an issue, it was really just two onlookers, our friends. Some of our friends had opinions about relationships with an age difference. But to me personally, no, I did not have an issue. We got along very well, and I just told my friends, like, it is what it is. Like, it's going good, so
Everything was good.
Right.
And did there come a point where you and Emily decided to get married?
Yes.
How
yes.
did that happen?
Well, that happened at the end of the summer. I want to say it was somewhere around August. There was finally enough money in the account to afford first, last, and security, and we found an apartment. Actually, she found the apartment. We were looking at several places, and then she had just, out of happenstance, just found an ad that was recently put on. She called the number. The guy was like, actually there. He's like, I'm here right now. Just come over right now. We just sort of fell into it, and we liked the place. And I said, if you lived in Vermont, we could definitely see each other a lot more. You wouldn't have to travel back and forth to New Hampshire. And she jumped at it. So we moved in together in August. The place was in Essex. And then I want to say it was maybe a month into living there. It was like September. I don't exactly remember what I was doing, or if I had stepped out, or if I had just come back, or if I was working with someone. And then I just remember I came into the kitchen and she had this look on her face, and I was like, what's going on with you? And she breaks out into this huge smile, and she pulls out this ring and a card, and she hands me the ring, and I read the card, and it says, will you marry me? Check yes or no. And there's 2 check boxes with a yes and a no next to them. And then I look up, and she's like filming me. And I took the card, and I checked yes, and it was the cutest thing. Yeah, I said yes, and that was my first time ever being proposed to, so
So you were happy?
I was happy.
And did she seem to be happy?
Yes, she was.
And during these first few months of your relationship, what I've already asked you, you said it was euphoric and you were both happy, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's the matter? You're looking a little,
Yeah, I'm feeling very emotional right now.
what's bothering you?
I miss her.
Let me know when you're ready to start again.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
So you said that
Yes.
in September,
In September,
you and she decided to get married.
that's right.
And when did you get married?
We got married on October 10th, 2020. So what had happened is we sat down and had a conversation about what dates we thought were going to work. And after the conversation, I reached out to a friend of mine by the name of Teresa, who was an ordained minister. And when I messaged Teresa, I said, hey, can I call you? Can we talk? So I call her, and I asked her if she'd be interested in marrying Emily and I. And she said that she would happily do it. And I told her the dates, and she's like, yeah, like that's a couple of weeks away. Like, let's go for it. So we did. We got married
Where?
in Burlington.
Well, we've seen the photo, your wedding photo.
Yes. I saw it. Was it yesterday or? Since all this happened, I haven't been able to remember her. And that was like one of the first times that I saw that picture, and
How did it make you feel?
it hit hard. But yeah, that was.
Why did it hit you so hard?
We were so happy, and you had said something to me the other day about our lives have a trajectory, and standing on that dock.
I'm going to object. This is a non-responsive answer.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. You can, standing on that.
Yeah, standing on that dock and looking at where I am now, like it just makes me very emotional.
Well, what emotions does it arouse in you?
Sadness and depression and just pain, heartache. Yep.
Okay. So you got married in
Yes, we did.
Burlington.
Yes, we got married in Burlington.
It looked from the photo that you were down at the waterside.
We were actually, we had snuck out onto one of the floating docks, and we were in Lake Champlain. And we had a small ceremony. It was Teresa, Emily, myself, and Lauren.
Yeah, Patricia, he didn't
was it.
deserve
That was
her.
it.
Okay, and I think you said you had rented the apartment.
Well, first, let me just say, I don't know her, right? I don't know her. Also, I don't have to know someone to know that they don't deserve what happened to her. I mean, that's just... What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, side note, I have my coffee. I made me another cup of coffee. You can't, well, can you see in there? You can't because it's too light colored. But it's got that cold foam on top and it's super yummy. International Delight Caramel Macchiato Cold Foam. It's delicious. Thank me later.
Apartment in Essex.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how did things go with your relationship after you got married?
It was pretty normal stuff. From the summertime,
Stop you because normal is different for each person.
normal is different from person to person.
What do you mean? It was
So-
normal stuff.
Well, in the summertime, when we started seeing each other, both of us were working a lot less. And then as it came into fall, she had gotten a job at UVM as a CNA, and she was working more, and I took the opportunity to work more. And
And let me just stop you. Were you working at a tattoo shop at this point or working self-employed?
I was self-employed, and
So where did you do the tattoos?
I did tattooing at the apartment in Essex. It was very large, and one of the rooms had lots of big windows, so it was a great room to set up as a studio.
Did there come a time when surveillance camera was installed in that room?
Yes. After some time of Emily observing me working with clients, she thought it would be a good idea if she were to get a ring.
A ring camera?
A ring camera for the studio room.
Why?
Well, to keep an eye in case anything happened, if anyone were to pass out, or if I was to flirt with a client, or say something got stolen on a bathroom break, just reasons for having a security like a surveillance camera.
Okay, so I interrupted you. You said that you and she both started working more.
Right.
And in terms of your relationship, how did it go?
Well, so our relationship started out as a lot of relationships do, and it was more of just a verbal contract, right? And by that I mean what we're going to do, what we're not going to do. I apologize for Yeah.
interrupting. I'm specifically asking if your relationship continued as happy as it was in the beginning.
Well, I think what I'm getting at is the relationship had changed a little bit from when I met her, I was polyamorous, and then she asked me to be monogamous, and I said that I would be monogamous with a polyamorous clause. After the monogamy had run its course, then we would just switch to polyamory.
Were you monogamous for the most part during your marriage with Emily?
I was monogamous for the duration of the summer of 2020, and when we started seeing other people is when we switched over to a polyamorous relationship.
Well, let me ask you this. Was this polyamorous, monogamous, a source of tension between you and Emily?
Well, the source of tension was that with polyamory, you have to be very communicative. You have to talk to each other. I'm going to be here with so-and-so. I'm going to be there with so-and-so, right? Like just who I'm
Same,
gonna
Miss
be with,
King. I
where I'm
don't
gonna-
know. I don't know. This is the first I've heard about this. I mean, I did hear it earlier today, but this is the first I'm hearing of this at all. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Gonna be. Just safe practices all around.
Hey, Cherie.
Using protection so everyone can, stay in good health.
It sounds like this is not something Emily would have chosen.
Oh, that's
correct?
cute, Margaret.
Well, I want to say that it was
Naturally.
her idea to be monogamous because she did say to me, I don't want to share you and I don't want you to share me, which I said, that's only going to last so long until you find someone that you're interested in, and then I will find someone that I'm interested in, and then we'll just have, whether it's group interactions or if it's
my
separate
God.
interactions.
Oh my God.
Putting
Okay.
aside this
So,
vision that may or may not have.
okay. Let me just say that through the vast majority of his testimony, he doesn't look at anyone. He's looking down. And he didn't even look up to her until he finished that statement. I think he's lying. I think every bit of it is a lie. Yeah, I know, right, Kel? I mean, I'm old, like Miss King said a while ago. I don't understand all the things. I don't even pretend to, okay? But I mean, I didn't think it was something you switched back and forth between. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But the things that go on in today's world, in the whole, orientation things, I don't get anyway. So, anyway.
Existed about the sexuality
And I don't mean that in a condescending way. I'm literally, I just don't understand. So,
of your and Emily's relationship.
Right?
How did the rest of your relationship go with her?
Well, there was obvious flaws to the communication breakdown, and it started to spur arguments. I left my device open for her to see who I was talking to.
Your phone?
My phone.
Yes.
And it led to, it led to violence and
Explain what you mean
like
by
physical abuse started coming into our relationship, where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Do you remember the first time that may have happened?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about that, please.
Well, I put my phone on the charger, and she invited me to watch a season of whatever show that she was binging.
well, exactly. I mean, look at Sister Wives, with Cody Brown and all of his wives. It is a lifestyle choice. It's not just something that you're like, oh, I think I'll, do this today. That's not how that works. I mean, you have to be committed to do that. And the way he's acting is like he just wants his cake and he wants to eat it too, I don't know. Well, Brenda, he just said that she wanted him to be monogamous. Oh, okay. Okay, see, Kel? There you go, Kel. See? There. That shows you my level of ignorance. I don't know. I see the word poly, and I think of polygamy. What's the difference between polyamory and polygamy? Oh, okay, so it's really not that different. Polyamory means both people get to have relationships with other people, but there are certain rules in place that they agree to. So, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Not the same thing, but it's not like way out. I wasn't way out in left field. So, basically, polyamory would be if Cody Brown's wives could also be with other men, right? At the same time that he's with other women. Like, right, Brenda. I mean, it's an open relationship. That's right. I mean, I don't know. Hey, Toxic. Good to see you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm old school, and I know nothing about none of that. None of it. Or
So
very
that we
little.
would sort of both be versed in the show and we could sort of talk about it. So I said, yeah, I'll watch this show and, you know, we'll talk about it later. So she wandered off and took my phone, gave it an examination. And when she came back from the examination, I was still sitting in a chair in front of the television, and she walked up to me and she threw my phone and it hit me in the side of my face. And I turned to look at her and she just started in with like a flurry of like punches just hitting me in my head. And
Closed hand?
yeah, closed fists.
What side of your head? Both fists?
She was on my right side. Yeah, both fists. Yep.
So first she threw your phone at you and it
Yeah.
hit you in the head?
Yeah, right here.
I'm feeling a little bit better,
What did you do?
Toxic, today especially.
I was shocked.
I feel better. I know I still sound meh, and I do still have a cough, like congestion. But I went to the doctor yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or maybe it was the day before. I don't remember. Anyway. And I think it was day before yesterday, and I got antibiotics and an albuterol inhaler thing. So we'll see. Thanks for
It was the
asking.
it was the first
I hope you're
time
feeling
that I've ever
better.
seen that side of her. So, and then the punches started coming in, so I just naturally like defended myself. I blocked the punches and I sort of find my way out of the chair, and she wasn't stopping, so I had to physically like catch her arms, and I had to hold her arms by her sides until she sort of ran out of steam, just restraining her.
Was she saying anything to you while this was happening?
Yeah, you know, just really, she was really angry. So, you know, you're a fucking asshole. I don't want to. Do I have to swear? Do I have to
I want you
quote?
to say what she said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she would say, you know, you're a fucking asshole. I can't believe you're still fucking talking to this bitch. You told me you were gonna stop talking to her. And it was a friend of mine that I'd known for years, and I told her that I would stop being physical with this friend and that our relationship wasn't going to dissolve because we were friends since 2014. Like, you know, just with respect to the monogamy that Emily requested, I stop being physical.
So basically, this man will do the deed with anything, anyone. Yes, Brenda, I did. Whenever we saw his, when they made him take his clothes off to take photographs, I was like, dang, that dude is built. Okay? Aside from his face and aside from what he did, he's got a nice body. However, he's like 6 foot tall, 200 and some pounds. She's a little bitty. He said first in the interrogation that she was like 5'1", 120 pounds. Then on here, I think he says that she's 5'3" and 130 pounds. But Kel, I know, right? He's just no, Brenda, I don't believe he had any sense of commitment either. She agreed because she thought she could convince him to just be with her. Why does YouTube hate you, QB? Yeah, but he says here today, I think, that she's like 5'3". Not that 2 inches matters. You compare a 5'3" woman, even at 130 pounds, 125 pounds, to a 6 foot some tall man, and the way he was built. Chaloon said, I love tattoos, but so many tattoo artists are a no-no for me. Their dating pool is often their clients. Yeah. I think he's lying also. I just understand that kind of relationship and something that will not believe in. Kel said, agreed, QB. Women do tend to think we can change a man. Yeah. That's what I said, Toxic. He wanted his cake and he wanted to eat it too. 2 inches matter, Kel. And Morgana and Kel at the same time. Daggone, you guys. All right. I guess you told me twice.
With her.
So Emily was saying that she was angry. Was she angry?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was very angry. Yes, she was assaulting me.
So she was verbally
Verbally.
angry?
Yes.
And physically
Yes, ma'am.
hitting you?
Yes, physically.
And did you ever hit her back?
No, ma'am.
So you took her by the arms?
Yes.
And did she calm down?
Yeah. Yes. After a bit of time, she had calmed down, and
No, he never hit her back. He just shoots her
when she
twice
finally
and then
stopped yelling,
dismembers her whole body.
I opened up communication to tell her that I wasn't continuing a sexual relationship with Victoria like I had previously.
And then later, in case I forget to mention this, he brings up a point about wanting to have children with her. They had, planned on having children. And he remembers being concerned because she was abusive to him, that she would be abusive to any potential baby. And that he was afraid for the baby because of her. I'm like, look what you did. Thank God a child isn't being raised by you. Patricia, right? Right? Yeah. Oh no, Chaloon, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Said that it was strictly friendship, only platonic, and there was no reason for her to be upset. Like, her and I were very physical. We were always together. Like,
Who are you talking about?
Emily, yeah,
You and
like
Emily were-
Emily and I had there was no issues where I wanted to, at that moment, like at that time, like I didn't want to be with anybody else.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her at this time, at this instance, about the fact that she had thrown your phone at you and hit you? Did you ever talk about that?
Oh, yeah, actually, yes. I said that, I did. I said that, it's not okay. Like, I don't hit you, so please don't hit me. Like, I grew up in a household where hitting happened, and I don't want to continue that. And her and I had talked about bringing children into our relationship, so I thought that domestic abuse definitely needed to be, like, cut out of the equation.
What did she say?
Well, she had
Oh
apologized.
my God.
After some time for
He
her
thought,
harsh reaction.
I'll take that. I'll take it. Thanks, John. Breaking news. Top mom. Breaking tonight. Breaking tonight. I know, Kel, right? That would be awesome to see. Kel said, I want the behavior panel to watch this video because this is some BS. Someone's crying in the gallery. I didn't hear that. Cherie said him saying that she was abusive to him. I really don't believe that. I'm not going to say she didn't. I mean, you know, very well could have. Look at Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. There's a lot of situations, you know, where the men are the victim and the women is the perpetrator. But I'm not buying it in this case. Breaking tonight. Breaking news tonight. Sorry, I love Nancy Grace. I know some of you guys can't live and stand and breathe. Can't stand her. But I love Nancy Grace. She gets it wrong a lot, I know. And she can be in butt sometimes, but I love her. Toxic on both sides, right? Jaloon, definitely. But we really don't know. I mean, everything that we're learning about her is what he has said, you know?
And we had gotten together and sort of made up,
No, she worked
physically,
as a
emotionally.
nurse or
I
something.
think
She
that
was.
we got to a place where it didn't happen again, for some time.
How long
She
is
worked in the
sometime?
medical field
A week, a
somewhere,
month?
somehow.
It was probably a good month, or maybe even a month and a half.
And I forgot to ask you, approximately when did this incident happen?
I want to say somewhere, it was fall of 2020.
Well, after you got married, right? No?
Could have been September, October.
Okay. So fall of 2020
Yeah,
was
fall.
the first time
Yes,
that
right.
you had seen, as you put it, this side of Emily.
Exactly.
And so I just asked you, when, if ever, did another incident occur where you saw this side of her?
Right. Yes, there was more incidents from that point moving forward. And I want to say it was, if we were in September, October, November, yeah, I want to say probably maybe late October, early November, if I'm thinking on the calendar. Hard to say exactly, but there was another instance where I recall I was sitting on the bed in our bedroom, and I was sending a text message. Actually, I think it was an Instagram message. But I was messaging a client that I was interested in more than a professional relationship with, and Emily came in and she saw I was sending like a GIF or GIF, however, and people say it differently. But yeah, like a short video clip. And when Emily came into the room, she had her laptop computer, and she saw what I was doing, and she assaulted me with her laptop.
What does that mean, she assaulted you?
She jumped on the bed and struck me in the head. Like, she hit me. She had the laptop and she hit me with it
Where?
in my head,
What part of your head?
like the back of my head on the right side, I guess.
Did she say anything?
Yeah, she said things like, "You're a piece of shit," and you, something about pathetic. Yeah, I don't remember a whole lot of other verbiage, but
Did she do anything else physical other than hit you in the back of the head with her laptop?
she tried to. I scurried off the side of the bed, and
What did she try to do?
she came running after me. She came scurrying across the bed, and I just sort of ran around the perimeter of the bed to stay away from her. And I was saying, things like, calm down, like let's just talk it out, like.
When she hit you in the head with her laptop, did it hurt?
Yes, it hurt.
Was there any blood?
No, there was no bleeding.
Did it leave like a lump in your head?
Yeah, there was like a lump, like a goose egg.
Did you seek medical attention?
No, I didn't seek any medical attention.
Okay. And how did that incident end? Did she finally calm down? From
Yes,
that?
she did. She calmed down, and she asked me, you know, why I was talking to this. Well, she used, you know, she said bitch, but I told her that, you know, I had interest, and you know, if she wanted to talk about it further, you know, the door was open for communication, and she actually didn't want to talk about it further. She just wanted to get some food. She wanted to go to like McDonald's and get some food and watch some Netflix.
So it just ended.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when another incident occurred where she became physical with you?
Yes.
How long after the incident you just talked about did the next one occur?
That was probably, there was an incident probably the next month, and somewhere in December, I guess it would be at this point. But yeah, like the next month, there was an incident where I was tattooing a woman, and Emily was listening and watching on the Ring camera. And when the client left, she came in, and so I tattoo people on like a fold-out.
What does that mean?
Essentially, it's a massage table, but it's like a large padded fold-out table that a person will lie on to get tattoos and whatnot. Emily had come into the room and like flipped the table onto its side, like threw it on the floor. I had a workstation set up with a bunch of tattoo pigment. Essentially, people will call it ink, but it's you know, different colored tattoo pigments. She like knocks everything onto the ground and comes over and starts slapping me.
Open palm?
Yeah, she had an open palm. She slapped my face, and well, see what had happened is I had unplugged the Ring camera. I was done being watched and scrutinized for my conversation with my friends. So I unplugged the camera, and Emily did
Oh,
not like it.
Tanika popped in.
And
I
she
didn't
came
see
in
her
and
pop in.
Assaulted me.
Well,
She
you
just-
described her hitting you with on
Tanika
your
just
face.
slid
Yes.
right on in.
That's right.
Hi,
Did
girl.
she go the other
Hi.
way?
CNA.
I think there was like some, you know, she like pounded on me with like a closed fist, like on my chest.
Let me stop you for a second.
Yeah.
You are much bigger than Emily, aren't you?
I'm 6 foot, probably about 200 pounds.
And she was much smaller than you. wasn't
She's
she?
5'3", about 130 pounds.
So I've asked you a couple of times if what she did to you hurt you. Explain to us how a woman who's that much smaller than you can actually inflict pain.
Well, I think my nervous system is working pretty well because if someone hits me, I feel it, and I have a pain response. She hit hard. She wasn't. She wasn't a gentle person. I wouldn't describe her as gentle.
Okay.
So she came in and she said, "I can't believe that you're fucking this bitch," and threw everything in the tattoo room around. And you know, she told me she was going to have my license revoked and ruin my business and tell all her friends to not get tattooed by me.
And how did this incident end?
I told her the same thing as I told her before, like, you got to stop hitting me. There's another way to work through this. And at this point, it had been multiple times, and that's when I suggested us getting a couples therapist. So,
And you did.
yeah, we got a couples therapist. Her name was Dr. Webster, and I was trying to find a way to not stumble across the landmines, so to speak. There was
What does that mean, stumble across?
Emily had triggers, and I didn't want to trigger her to make her respond with violence. So I thought working with a therapist would be a good way that I would be able to understand her more. Like I said, we were talking a lot about introducing a child, and I thought if you're going to hit me, you're going to hit a child. I'd seen her kick my dog on occasion, and you know, I was like, I was in love with her, and I wanted to move forward with our relationship and have a baby, and I was scared for the baby. So the therapist was the natural choice. Give us the tools that we need to have a healthy, safe space.
So after you and Emily started seeing a therapist, did she or did she not continue to hit you?
She did. She did. We set up Zoom sessions with Dr. Webster.
This was during COVID?
Yes, this was during COVID. And then also there was, excuse me, Dr. Webster was located in Vermont and then moved to Massachusetts, so also the distance that we just continued to have Zoom sessions instead of going to seek her out in an office setting.
But you said notwithstanding your and Emily having couples counseling, she continued to hit you.
That's correct,
Do
yes.
you remember the next time that she hit you?
There was an incident that I do remember her assaulting me with a wine bottle.
Hey, Donnie. Hi, Donnie.
And that time was very strange to me because there was she didn't say anything. There was no swearing, there was no nothing. Like, it was odd. I got a glass of wine.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Is
Yeah, me
this
too. The
New
cross
Year's
will
Eve
be good.
incident?
I believe so.
And this is what you remember hearing Emily's mother talk about?
Yes, I heard Adrienne talking about that the other day.
Her from
Yeah, she-
locking herself in her room.
I do remember her locking herself in our bedroom.
So this incident you are now going to tell us about started with you getting a glass of wine.
Yes, I got a glass of wine and I was in the living room. I was sending a message to someone, I don't remember who. And Emily had walked past me, looked at what I was doing, retrieved the wine bottle.
Was it empty, full?
It was like half full.
Okay. Was a cork in it?
Yes. Yeah, she brought it back. I'm sitting on the couch. I believe I'm just scheduling, and she assaults me. She starts hitting me with the wine bottle
Where?
in my head and arms, and
Where in your head?
in the back of my head.
So I'm going to ask you obvious questions, but did that hurt?
Yeah, it's a wine bottle to your head. It hurts. Yes.
And then you said she hit you in other places on your body with the wine bottle?
Yes. On my arms, I put my arms up to not get any more blows to the head, and I saw an opportunity, so I wrestled the bottle away from her, and I took it and I held it away from her, and I pushed her away, and I said, "Stop hitting me," and she ran into the bedroom and like slammed the door and locked it, and she didn't say anything. So I go and I try to go in the bedroom to get an explanation, and she's just in there, and I'm yelling like, "Are you gonna explain yourself? Like, what just happened?"
Did she answer you?
No, I just heard her. I guess she was on the phone.
Okay. How did that incident end?
It just ended with her like coming out and being like, "I want a Coke. Will you take me to get a Coke?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Are we gonna talk about that at all?" Or she's like, she gives me sort of like a blank look with like a flat sort of smirk, and just goes and like grabs her coat.
Were there ever any instances where there was a mark left on your face or your body by something Emily may have done?
Yeah, she's giving me black eyes, scratches.
Tell me about the black eye.
I was trying to communicate with her about how I felt like she wasn't being.
First of all, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
Approximately when did this happen?
I remember one instance when I believe it was August of 2021. We had gone to an inn, and I had asked her about.
Yeah, Chaloon. I think there's like a
Thought so.
20. Miss King told me he's 42
second.
and she's 22.
To recount.
Something like that. There's about a 20-year age difference.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So I thought that she wasn't being responsible with. So our arrangement, our polyamorous arrangement, sort of requires that we stay safe.
Oh,
I
and
understand
listen,
that, you know,
listen to
sometimes
this.
in the-
Listen to this, okay? So he's going to start saying this. I thought at first he meant safe as in with the handguns because they both apparently had handguns. No. Because I was thinking, why polyamorous and they have guns and blah, 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 blah. No. Listen to what he's getting ready to say about her. The girl who didn't want to have an open relationship. The girl who wanted to be monogamous. Listen to this load of BS.
heat of the moment, it's nice to have.
Get your shovels
It's nice
ready.
to have that spontaneity, but if you're hooking up with other people and you're getting STIs, and that means that I can't have sexual relations until you have antibiotics and they run their course, which is like a week or two. So I thought that she was being irresponsible with her arrangements. So when I told her about it, she like walked up to me and started punching me in my face. And
Closed fist?
a closed fist, yeah, yep. I think it was my right eye. Yeah, she blackened my right eye. She beat me about the head and neck. I remember like I wear earrings, and I remember my earrings just getting popped out. I was wearing a shirt and a necklace. Ripped my shirt right down the middle. Broke my necklace. My pendant went flying. Started kicking at me. It was just a barrage. Like the punches and kicks just kept coming and just didn't stop. And she starts screaming at me like, you don't trust me. Like, I told you that it wasn't like that. Like, why don't you believe me?
What did you do after she started hitting you and gave you a black eye?
I had to grab her by the arms. And I remember this incident, she felt, I don't know exactly how to describe it. It felt like she started doing steroids, like, or something. Like, she had so much strength that I had to hold her so tightly that I almost thought that I couldn't even hold her. Like, she was like sweating and flailing and cursing, and it was an event. It was a crazy event. But I had to like hold her down, and I had to like lay on top of her and like hold her down bodily and wait. It was minutes for her to run out of steam.
Yeah, I knew you guys would get mad.
No, I just held her
I
down
knew
and
you
waited
would
for
get
her to
mad.
cool off.
And when she cooled off, what, if any, conversation did you and she have?
Well, I told her that in the somewhere in the fray, like one of the lamps got broken. The table was knocked over. I think there might have been some like damage to the table, and you know, I definitely suggested that we make another session with Dr. Webster immediately, and I want to say she just gave me a bit of silent treatment, and then when she finally did start talking to me, it was things like, why don't you believe like what I say, like, and I just want you to believe what I say. So I told her that I was concerned for my own physical health, because she would tell me, you know, graphic details about how she felt after intercourse with said individual, and I told her, I said, I don't want to get whatever he has. Like, if I can help it, like, I don't want to do a course of antibiotics. I'm okay with just taking some time away and just take a break.
Okay. In the interview that we've all seen, you told Detective Boris and Richardson that on average, she would hit you every 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember saying that?
I do. In December of 2020, we had started a project, a tiny home project. We were following on social media a number of couples that were doing bus builds. So that's where you take like a small shuttle, well, actually any size of shuttle bus, or any size bus actually at all. But we chose a shuttle bus. We were looking at vans, initially large vans, but A shuttle bus is just larger. As I said, we're following these couples, and they're traveling around and living out of their tiny homes that they built together. And like it just clicked. It was amazing. Like we were both like saw it and we're like, oh my God, we have to do this. Like said it like at the exact same time. And yeah, it was cool. So we started with a shuttle bus. We went and found one. I purchased it and brought it back to our apartment, and we started drawing up a floor plan and started building a tiny home bus life project. We also started a social media page. We called the bus Roaming Rosie. So that was the that was the name of the page, and like I think I don't know if I had said this, but we had started following and talking with some of the other bus life people, and just trying to get as much information on it before we really set off into the exacts of how we wanted our bus to be laid out. And so when we start the build, I want to say that the bus is approximately 8 feet wide and 16 feet long for the living space. And that's a very close, a very close situation when having to work 2 people into a small space. And there was a lot of times during the build where frustrations would be high, and there was violence within the bus during the build. There was all right. So like there was multiple times, but for example, I was working on laying down the floor, and to make a bit of space, I would work on one end, and I would try to have her work on the other end, so we wouldn't bump into each other. She was applying tiles to the shower and the kitchen area, and she was using like a Gorilla Glue in a caulk gun. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but a caulk gun is about, I don't know, 15, 14 inches. It's like a metal. It pushes the caulk out of the tube. Well, actually, it was like a glue. It was like a Gorilla Glue that she was putting on the tiles and sticking them on. And I came and made a suggestion as to how to lay it out so she would have less overhang and have to do less cuts. And I don't know, she was frustrated and started cursing at me that, like, why didn't you fucking say something earlier? Like, you're such a piece of shit for just making me do this. And I told her, I said, you wanted to do it. And, she just said, fuck you, and started hitting me with the caulk gun.
Where? Where did she hit you with the caulk gun?
Well, I saw it coming, so I put my arm up, and she hit me in my forearm, like the side of the hand and the outer forearm.
Once?
No. This was probably 3 or 4 strikes.
And what did you do?
She grabbed the caulk gun, and I told her to go in the house and watch some Netflix or something. Told her it's not okay to hit.
Is that what she did?
Yes, she went inside and she. I believe she was watching Netflix. I didn't go in after her. Yeah, we were just taking a break to, kind of let her just get her, cool down from her frustration.
So there were periods of time. So you got married in October of 2020.
October of 2020.
And over the year that you were married, you've described to us multiple
That's cute, Gail.
incidents where Emily physically attacked you, right?
Right.
You haven't told us all about all of them, have you?
Oh, they all just sort of blend together. But yeah, it's almost always the same. Either she'll have a disagreement about who I'm going to spend my time with, or if
She
I'm
was
spending
like
too much
20
time
or
in the bus
22,
and
something like
not
that,
giving her
Donnie.
enough attention, but it always just ends the same with her running up and punching me, trying to punch me in the face, punching me in my body and in my arms, my chest, and mostly a lot of arms, and I just block her to keep her back, lashing out. Just a A lot of lashing out. She had expressed to me that she was abused and raped multiple times, and she would have these fits where I think she would like close her eyes and shake, and I think that she was almost like reliving something.
Calls for speculation.
Oh, yeah.
Saying what he's
Sustain.
thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, I can't really speculate on what exactly she was thinking, but from my standpoint, watching a person with closed eyes shaking before they lash out and strike you made me think that way.
So, you never contacted the police about any of the times that she assaulted you? Did you?
No, it's not their business.
Not their business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very private person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
Where did you learn this philosophy?
Growing up in the city, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in a city called Reading for a while. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. I lived in Lancaster for a while. I lived in Allentown for a while. These are all very populated cities when comparing to Vermont, which our biggest city in Vermont is Burlington, which isn't. It's not even an eighth of like the smallest city in Pennsylvania. So, when you grow up in the city, you mind your own business.
Was this something that your family believed?
Yes.
And from whom did you hear this philosophy of nobody's business, keep it in the family?
My whole family, grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, like we all just, what happens here stays here.
And you said earlier this morning that you were physically abused yourself growing up. Who was the person who...
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Tanika. I appreciate that. Member for 3 months. Thank you for using your milestone chat. I love it. Yeah, that's why it was couch surfing, right, Brenda? Mm-hmm. Here, let's give Tanika a little bit of sparkle. Yay! Thank you, Tanika. I love when people use their milestone chats. I like it. Who was he mooching off of from the city? Who knows? Who knows?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Yeah, I like the sparkle too. Sparkle man.
Was there a time when you were growing up that social services, child welfare was called?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about how that came about.
When I was, hard to say age, but I'm going to probably estimate maybe between 6 and 8 years old. I was at school. It was a public school in Pennsylvania, and I had some bruising that one of the teachers had seen, and I got called into the office where I was questioned about my bruises, and the teacher or guidance counselor or whoever it was had said that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what they told you.
Oh.
What you can tell us is what happened.
There was bruises on me, and they said that they were going
Objection,
to.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what other people said.
Oh,
You can only tell us what happened as a
okay.
result of this.
Okay, so my family was notified that Child Protective Services.
Second, please.
Those bruises on you,
physical discipline for my mother. I believe that they were hanger marks.
Hanger?
Yeah, from being hit with a hanger, a close hanger.
Okay. On what parts of your body?
My back and my arms.
Okay. So you were hit as a child?
Yes.
Were you ever taken out of the home as a result of
Objection, Your
this?
Honor.
It's a state.
I'll withdraw the question.
It's a state.
No.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Your
So
Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
Is from your So I think you already testified that it was from your family and your growing up in cities that
Right.
you learned what happens in the family stays in the family.
that's right.
And that's why you never called police or any other authorities
Right.
about what was happening to you from Emily's hitting you.
That's right.
I think it's been testified, but I want to ask you directly. You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Both of you individually?
Yes.
You saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah. So, well, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it. Sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations. I wanted her to pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills that she came into the relationship with.
So you didn't mention that her hitting you was a reason why you might want to get a divorce, did you?
No, she never hurt me.
Well, you told us that she hurt you.
Well, she never caused severe physical injury that I wasn't going to
Oh, wow.
recover from. It was
His
just kind of normal
attorney,
stuff. Like I got,
his attorney was like, well, you told us. She never hurt me, he said. Dude, you shouldn't have taken the stand. You were already in the hole. Now you've just dug it 10 feet deeper, sir. Wow.
I got hit when she got frustrated, and I was trying to figure out ways that we could work on her triggers. So we worked with the therapist. We did things like have pillow fights instead. Like I would just give her a pillow to hit me with, or hit Remy with, because she could swing away and she wasn't going to hurt us with a pillow.
So you just testified that it was normal to lash out physically when a person gets frustrated.
Or it might not be normal for everyone, but most of my relationships, the women in my life, have been aggressive and I guess I could say physically abusive.
So you tolerated being hit? Am I
Yes.
hearing you?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may we approach briefly? Just- Okay. So I want to talk to you now about the weekend of October 16th. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where had you and Emily been living prior to that weekend?
I've been staying with my friends, the Langs. Well, I've been staying on my friends, the Langs, Sarah and Jason Lang's property. Living in our tiny home bus that we were building. That was some summer going into fall of 2021.
So let me.
And then,
Go ahead,
oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt
I
you.
didn't mean to, okay. So at some point, I want to say it was like end of the summer, beginning of fall, we had planned to do a trip in our tiny home. I'm going to call her Roaming Rosie. So we were going to take Rosie and have a trip where we would be living remotely, sort of off grid. And there was a plan to put a solar power, like a solar power system into Rosie. Emily was very interested in having the ability to charge her cell phone, so she could watch Netflix and you know, just have some creature comforts while being off grid. So she said she was going to pay for the solar setup, batteries, converters, panels. She said that her stepfather David would assist in installing the solar system.
Physically help.
Yes, but he would. Yeah, she said that he would. She said David will help put the solar system in the bus. So, she had come. She came to Vermont and she said, you know, today's the day. Let's go to New Hampshire. And I was like, you haven't even gotten the stuff. Like, you don't have the. I don't think she had the funds at all to buy the solar equipment.
The question was, I want to talk to you about the 16th.
Oh yeah, so I was sorry.
The question was, where were you living at that time?
Oh, so we were in New Hampshire for the reasons that I was just talking about.
So
And
you were just giving us a background of how it came about.
that was.
Let me just finish the question.
I'm sorry.
That you were staying with the Basses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long had you been staying with them?
I think that I came to New Hampshire in September of 2021. I remember Adrian saying something about it the other day, and I can't really remember fully, but that sounds sort of accurate. So yes, staying in New Hampshire with the Basses when we left for our trip to Vermont.
Okay. What was the purpose of the visit to Vermont?
A family reunion was the purpose of our visit. My sister, she had come to Vermont for a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Ariel, and this was going to be an opportunity for Emily to meet some of my family.
So just to remind everyone, because we heard Nikki's testimony, she's about 8 years younger than you.
That is correct.
And so I think you told us you left the house when you were about 16. Is that about right?
That is correct.
So she would have been 8 years old.
That is correct.
And had you been close to Emily in the years after you left your home?
Nikki?
I'm sorry, I
You mean
don't
Nikki?
understand the question.
Was I close to Nikki?
I'm sorry.
Objection was not sustained, but I don't think you meant to say what you said. Why don't you rephrase that?
Oh, okay.
I think you said Emily.
Had you been close to Nikki in the years after you left?
I try to keep in contact with my sister. I've always been a huge fan of her. I do feel like an older brother to her. So also she's just amazing, and you know, I did try to keep in contact with her.
When was the last time you saw her prior to this intended visit?
Physically saw her
Yes.
in person. That would be 2018,
So 3 years.
somewhere around 2018, I believe. Yes, 3 years.
Were you looking forward to,
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm her biggest fan, so I was very much looking forward to seeing her. Emily as well was looking forward to seeing her. She was looking forward to meeting my family, and
so you were both looking forward to the trip?
exactly, yes, we were both looking very excited to go on the trip. We've been working on Rosie for a while, and very excited to try it out.
So, what was Emily's mood the day that you were leaving?
The day that we left to come on our trip,
Yes.
I'm just thinking. Sorry. There's in the morning we woke up. She was happy, very happy, very excited, maybe a little anxious.
Anxious about what?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ferlazzo does not know what Emily was anxious about.
That's true. What are you basing what did you observe?
I observed her being anxious to meet my family.
Okay, that's fine. And we've heard testimony that you didn't actually leave New Hampshire until late in the afternoon, maybe early evening. Is that right? Do you remember?
Yes, there was like a PowerPoint that said we left New Hampshire sometime like 3 in the afternoonish.
What were you doing during that day?
Well, we woke up in the morning. I remember she made me some coffee. I believe we made breakfast together. And then just sort of putting things away. We were going to drive Rosie and wanted to stow everything appropriately so nothing was going to like fall out and hit her or Remington as we drove.
And who's Remington?
Remington is our dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so we packed everything up tightly to prepare for the drive. We had to move some of the vehicles around. The bus is about 24, 27 feet in length-ish. I don't have it accurate, but it's a long vehicle, and there's a short driveway at the Bass's residence that spills out onto a sometimes heavily traveled road. Just moving things so we could leave efficiently.
Okay. I know it's a little early, Judge, but I would like to take a break now. We can come back at 1:45.
With the party's approach so that actually you're hearing what Mr. Nance is saying. Take our break. We'll come back at 12:50. We'll start up again. We'll take an hour break and resume the testimony of Mr. Ferlazzo. Please, again,
All right.
don't talk about the case, don't learn anything, receive anything. Take care.
They're going for their lunch break, and we will scooch on through. Okay.
I think we're ready to, any issues to bring up before we bring in the jury?
No.
Okay?
No, Judge.
Ryanie, wee. What, baby? Yeah, I see it.
seated. We are back in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo, 21 CR 8967. We're back from a lunch recess. All 16 members of the jury are present and accounted for. My usual questions. Anybody learn anything about the case since leaving the court? Did any of you read or come about any information or discuss this case with anyone during the lunch break? Seeing shakes of the head of all 16 members of the jury in answer to both questions, we'll resume the direct examination. Mr. Ferlazzo. Mr. Ferlazzo is reminded he's still under oath.
Thank you, Judge. Hi.
Hi.
So we're going to start talking about the weekend of October 16th. Are you ready?
Freddie, I'm gonna be.
Okay. I think you testified that you drove from New Hampshire to Bolton and arrived around 5:30-ish. Is that about right?
That seems right. It was still
Okay.
light out.
Still light out.
Yes.
And this was mid-October.
Right.
Okay. And during the drive, what kind of mood were you in?
Great mood. Yeah, we spent, well, I guess close to 11 months, like working on Rosie, and this was our first like road trip as a family. So it was very exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Emily too, she was in a good mood?
Yeah, she was super excited to take Rosie out, and she was stoked to meet Nikki and Ariel.
Okay. So you get to Vermont, and where in Bolton do you go?
We went to the Bear Run condos. My sister rented one of the she rented a Airbnb condo. So we went to, it was like, there's 3 large buildings, and I think it was the last building.
Okay. Where did you park?
Parked in the parking lot outside of the building. There was a nice flat spot, and for anyone who's ever driven like an RV, like finding level ground is it's like winning the lottery. So, well, typically if you don't find level ground, then you have to level out the RV, or else everything's going to be, if you put something on the counter, it's just going to slide onto the floor.
Okay.
So you got to make everything level the best you can.
And so finding level ground was...
Yeah, it was great.
It was great.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing that happened after you parked the vehicle, the camper, Rosie?
Parked Rosie, and so the access road to get up to the condos is very, very steep, like really, really, really steep. And there was smoke coming from the transmission, and some of it had made its way into the cab. So when we parked, she was upset about the smoke being in there. So we made efforts to immediately like open up the door, open up the roof hatch, open up all the sliders, and get some fresh air within the cab. So yeah, it was kind of smoky in there, and she was upset about the smoke.
And then what happened?
Well, there was a bit of arguing about that, and I suggested that just step outside and get some fresh air until the thing blows itself through, and there was still light, and I suggested that we take advantage of the last light of the day, and so where it's located is on technically there's 3 peaks at the Bolton Valley mountain range. It's like Woodland, Vista, and Timberline. So we were on the Timberline peak, and I suggested we go down. If you hike a short way down, there's a drop off, and you can get the last light of the valley over the trees. So I suggested that we hike down to the drop off and take some photos and post them up on Roaming Rosie, our social media.
And what did Emily say or do?
She was very angry about the smoke, and she started arguing about it, how pathetic it was, and that the whole thing just was turning into a shitty situation or something like that is what she said. Then what happened then? Yes, she said she did not want to go hike down.
Did this conversation happen inside or outside the camper?
This one, it started outside and then worked its way inside. And I was like, you seem like really, really hostile is what I said to her. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, the drive there was fantastic. Like, we're singing along to the radio together. We're talking about how we're gonna like start our trip and go meet the rest of my family. And she's all smiles. And then next thing I know, she's like throwing stuff around. And
Like what?
there was like a basket that had some bottles of alcohol and some candles, and there was like a bunch of throw pillows, and Remington. Remington was like sitting with her, and she like threw her off. So I was like, yo, like maybe just like pour yourself a drink and relax. You know, we brought stuff to make drinks. We brought marijuana. I was like, yeah, just have a smoke, have a drink, and we finally made it on vacation. Like, just try to take that in.
Then what happened?
Well,
Well, let me ask you specifically, did she have a drink?
I made drinks for myself, and I thought that she was. Today, earlier, Dr. Shapiro said there was no alcohol in her system.
So, don't comment on that, please.
Okay.
Did she have a drink?
I saw her drinking.
Okay, what?
Must have just been Red Bull.
Okay,
But I was having Red Bull vodkas. That's what I was.
that's what you were drinking?
Yeah.
So you had a drink, and your recollection is that she had a drink?
Yeah.
And was there any conversation going on while you two were having a drink?
Yeah, so there was conversation because I was like, yo, you're really hostile. Like, what's going on? Like, it can't just be like the smoke cleared out. Like, why are you so hostile? And she said that. She's like, well, I have a dilemma. And I was like, what do you mean you have a dilemma?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Well, why don't you come up and why don't we hear what the proper is?
Aw, hey, Kel. Kel just became a member again. Hi, dear. Hello. Thank you for that. Aw, I love it. Love it. Thank you, Kel. Yo, you are pretty awesome. Margaret says this dude has an attitude like nothing was a big deal. He couldn't figure out why she was mad all the time. Right? I bet she wanted to poke him in his eye holes like all the time. His attorney was like, yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
About this. So you started telling us a little bit about the specifics of what Emily may have said, but without going into specifics, we saw in the interview that she was saying hurtful things to you. Is that a fair statement?
I saw that in the interview, yes.
And is that your recollection of what you were hearing?
From watching the video,
No, I don't want to know what you saw in the video. I want to know what you remember.
from what I remember of our conversation,
Yes?
well, I started telling you about our conversation, but then there was an issue with it, so I don't know what to do.
Just answer questions and we'll take up whatever issues there are.
Okay. All right, yeah. So we had gotten to the point where there was a discussion of a dilemma, and when I inquired about it, she showed me on her device that she had typed a very lengthy in the notes app. There was like a multiple page. I don't know what you call it, but it was labeled dilemma. So I was like, okay, well, it seems like you have something to talk about. But then she deleted the note.
You saw that.
Yeah, she deleted it, and she said, I'm not going to talk about it. So
How were you feeling about this conversation? How did it make you feel?
it made me feel like it was pages and pages, so it made me feel like she had something that needed to be expressed. And when she deleted it, I was like sort of shocked that something that took that much effort wasn't going to be brought to my attention.
What happened next?
At some point, I texted my sister. We were supposed to meet up. There was a bit more argument about how pathetic the bus was and how shitty the trip was, and
Let me ask you this. You started saying you texted your sister.
yes.
What did you text to your sister?
I asked her when she was gonna be showing up, because we were eager to meet her. Something to that effect. I can't really remember what I texted to my sister, but it was something to like, when are you gonna be here? We're here.
And so did your sister meet up with you?
Yes, she did.
Where?
She came to the condo and parked next to Rosie and came into Rosie.
Was she alone?
No, she wasn't. She was with her boyfriend Ariel.
Okay. And was Emily in Rosie with you?
Yes, she was.
So how long was Nikki there? And Nikki and Ariel?
Nikki and Ariel came and stayed for, I would estimate, a half an hour.
Okay. Did Emily participate in conversation with your sister?
She greeted them, introduced herself, and then she sort of just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, not really engaging in any kind of conversation.
And you and your sister, you talked?
Yeah, we were just catching up on sort of current events, what was new with her, how it was great to see her, and then the introduction of Ariel. I had never met him before, so just trying to get a little backstory on how those two got together.
So I think you've said that, I don't remember what you said. How long was she in the camper?
I would estimate a half an hour.
And what happened after that?
She invited us to come to their Airbnb, and then she left Rosie and went into her unit.
And what did you do after that? After Nikki left?
After Nikki left,
Yep.
I made another drink, had some more to smoke, questioned Emily on if she wanted to join. There was Nicole had said that they were going to watch Netflix, so that was that was one of the options. I think she also said like there were some board games or something like that in the unit, so we could play cards or board games or watch Netflix and just hang out. So
Okay.
I asked Emily if she was interested in just going and having a kickback with Nikki and Ariel, and she said no.
So she didn't
Right,
go with you.
Patricia?
No,
Yeah.
she said she did not want to go in.
Look, just take a drink and take a
So
smoke, and
you
everything will
went
be all right.
To Nikki's Airbnb.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I told her that I wanted to go in because we came to spend time, and it started an argument, and there was a time where we were talking about she had made a new acquaintance in Vermont, and
Are you talking about a conversation you had that evening in the camper?
yes, this is a conversation with Emily.
And this is after Nikki left?
Yes, Nikki left, and I invited Emily. I was like, let's go hang out with them, and
Right.
she said, I don't know if I want to. She said, I don't know if I want to. She's like, this is pathetic. This is not what I want to be doing. I want to go. She had met someone, and she told me about using.
Your Honor, again, we're getting into hearsay, and I also don't know what the relevance is of this.
Yeah, okay.
So the conversation you had, did it lead to an argument?
Yeah, there was an argument because she wanted to go hang out with her friends, and I told her that she came on the trip, and she told me earlier that day, she said she was here to meet my family, to hang out. So I was very confused, well, now you say you want to leave, but we just got here. So,
So what did you do next?
well, I told her I was going to go, and then there was, she started saying some very hurtful things and some very like threatening things if I was to go and leave her to her solitary. So yeah, that was the next thing that that confused me, was like why are we getting threats all of a sudden?
Do you have any idea about what time of night this was?
This could have been somewhere, I'm going to estimate around 9 p.m.
So what did you do after that?
Well, I told her if you want to go, then go. Like I don't want you to be unhappy. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But up until now, like you said, you wanted to. So I just need a moment. Well, what happened is I ended up staying in the bus with her.
Oh, wow. He needed a moment to
What was she doing?
get his story put back together.
Well, she was having a fit, really. She was cussing and saying how shitty it was and how shitty I was for not giving her money to go have an Uber and like leave the vacation. And
what were you doing?
I was on vacation, so I made another drink and I had some more to smoke. And
And just to clarify, you were drinking vodka and Red Bull?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I remember dancing. I think I put some music on and I was just dancing with Remington, and yeah, just trying to enjoy the moment. Really, that's what I remember doing.
And what happened?
Well, I just need a second. So at some point,
I'm sorry. This dude is a joke. He's like, wait, got the A mark. Let me check that mark. Check mark this box. Check mark this box. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got my ducks in a row.
at some point I remember she had grabbed her device, her phone, and I think she was just like scrolling.
Scrolling?
Yeah, I think she was just like scrolling around. I'm not sure what exactly sites or what apps she was using. So, but yeah, I was just doing what I came there to do. I was just enjoying the scenery, like watch the sun go down. Spent some time with Remington. I was, I kept asking her, like, if you want to talk at all, like, please talk to me. Like, there was pages and pages that you wrote, so it sounds like we should talk. But she didn't.
And then what happened?
Well, there was points where I would take Remington out to to do go potty or do her business, and
Let me interrupt you.
yeah.
Was it dark by this time?
Yeah, it started to get dark. That's what I was remembering, that it was starting to get dark, and I was getting concerned about taking Remy out. So I did like a rearrangement of the firearms, because I started carrying the Glock outside. It has tritium sights on it, so you can see in the dark. And that was I had seen some what I believe to be coyote. I had like shown a flashlight, and I saw a couple sets of eyes in the dark. So Remington's a pretty small dog, and I just wanted to be able to protect her. So
So the Glock is a gun that you typically carry?
I don't typically carry that gun unless, I mean, I take it hunting, but it's not like a concealed carry. I will open carry it in a situation similar to what I just described, where I'm just taking the dog out to do her business. We were up on the top of the mountain, so I actually used to live there, so I've seen bobcats, mountain lions, fox, coyote, and they're brazen. Like I remember carrying groceries up those steps and actually having a coyote like confront me. So I just wanted to be able to protect Remington.
So let me ask you, did you purchase that Glock?
Yes, I did.
Did it have a silencer when you purchased it?
When I purchased it, it had a threaded barrel to equip a silencer. I ordered the silencer the day that I purchased it, and it came in weeks later.
Okay. And there were other firearms that were found in the camper. Were they
Yes.
all registered to you?
Yes, I think there were 6 firearms. Yes, there were 6 firearms in Rosie.
And prior to knowing you, do you know whether or not Emily had any experience with firearms?
She might have had some experience, but when her and I started going target shooting, it seemed like she was still fairly novice.
And it was mentioned in testimony earlier that a Taurus was found in the camper.
Yeah, there's a Taurus 9mm pistol.
Was that Emily's gun?
Well, that was the gun that she liked to use the most because it has a small grip.
Okay. So I interrupted you. You said you took Remy out and saw what you thought might have been coyotes, and you came back into the camper.
Yep.
What did you do or say then?
Well, I came back in and I put the Glock in the sock bin. And
Where's the sock bin in relation to the bed?
the sock bin is like in we'll call it a closet. But it's
So
just
is
like
that at the foot of the bed?
it's at the foot of the bed. It's like an opening where there's like a rod for hanging some clothing, and there's bins for like socks and underwear. So I set it in there.
Did you put the silencer on it at that time?
It had the silencer on it I guess the last time that I cleaned it, which was months prior. I don't remember the last time the silencer was off of it.
And did you say anything at all to Emily about the coyotes?
I did. I said, "Oh my God, I saw 2, and that means like if you see 2, there's like a whole pack." So I was like, "Yeah, like they're probably looking at Remington like she's a small dog." So I was like, "I bet they're like thinking she's like a snack." I was like, "Not today."
Did you say anything to her about you arming herself with the Taurus?
Oh, yeah. At one point when I went out, I took Remy out for a little stroll, and I said, "You got the Taurus. I'm taking the Glock." So she had access to that. She also had access to the shotgun, which was still out at the time, but she didn't favor its large. She favored the smaller pistol.
Okay, so going back chronologically, you come back in after seeing the coyotes.
Yeah.
You talk about her taking the Taurus. You get the Glock and put it. Where do you put it?
I put it in the sock bin. It was at the base of the bed, and like the opening of what would be like a closet space.
What did you do then?
Same kind of thing. Just continued to have some drinks, and it started getting dark. So I lit some candles, lit some incense. Yeah, just kind of. I did what I like to call like aisle yoga. So there's like a not a very wide aisle.
Oh my
runs down the middle
God,
of the
this
bus.
man.
So
Aisle
I was
yoga.
just doing some, like, it's like half yoga, half dancing. I had some music on. I was just stretching and enjoying myself.
I don't.
What was
I
Emily
just
doing?
what?
She was scrolling away on her phone, on her device.
Was she
What, baby?
on the bed?
Yummy.
Yes. Yeah.
Was she talking to you at all?
She was sitting on the bed. No, not much. Not much.
Is it puffcorn? Yeah.
You know,
Yum.
didn't really show a whole lot of interest in what was going on outside. You know, just sort of like looked up from her device like when I talked to her, and then just sort of.
Okay. So she's sitting on the bed scrolling, you're doing your yoga dancing and drinking.
Yes.
And you had lit some candles and incense. What happened next?
Well, there was. There was a point where Emily went from like sitting, she was sitting up, kind of like cross-legged, and then she went to like laying on her side, still just like scrolling away, just looking at her device, and then at one point she lashed out and started cursing at me about the candles being lit.
What did she do, if anything?
Well, she was, you know, just she was cursing. You know, I don't know. It wasn't really, in my opinion, it wasn't really bright, but she was cursing.
I mean, the lighting wasn't overly bright.
Right. I didn't turn any of the. We had like battery powered LED lights, and none of those were on. It was just candlelight. So.
Let me interrupt you there, just to ask you about, there's been testimony that Emily's phone was powered off and so was yours at some point that evening. Why was that?
We turned our phones off to conserve battery life because we didn't have the ability to plug in.
Okay.
So
that's why.
yeah.
All right, so you didn't think it was overly bright in the camper?
No, I didn't think it was overly bright. I think there might have been 5 to 7 candles lit. So
How many?
5 to 7 candles lit.
Okay, of varying sizes?
All the candles were about the same size, like a large.
Like a
sort of
Yankee candle?
Candle. Yeah.
Like, so you're
Yeah, gesturing.
about,
Whatever it is.
to
8
me, it
inches,
looks like about,
7, 8
how many,
inches.
you're saying about 7 or 8 inches tall?
Yes.
And how?
Oh
what's
my
the
God,
diameter?
can you two stop
possibly
talking
like
over
a-
top of each other? It was like they had a I'm going to talk over you moment for 2 seconds.
4-inch diameter.
Okay, so 7 or 8 of those large candles.
Right. Yeah.
And what happened?
After her telling me to turn the fucking candles off, and I said it's not that bright, like you could always just roll over. She got up and ran at me and grabbed one of the candles, and it was like all I could do to like grab the lid of it and like put it on top of it, and she like pulled it away and started swinging it at me and hitting me with it.
Where?
She hit me in like my neck and head, and in my arms. You know, I was like blocking. I think she might have like hit me in the chest. But I like wrestled the candle away from her and like put it back on the counter. And then there was like a flurry of punches and kicks that she started punching and kicking me. And
Where?
in my shoulders and arms, my forearms.
Closed fist?
Yeah, closed fist, trying to punch my face. And I had to restrain her. I had to like physically grab her by her arms and like hold her arms down. And she kept kicking. She actually kicked Remy. And I like sort of turned myself sideways and I like pushed her back to the side of the bed. And I told her that, you know, that we're not your punching bags. And
You said what?
I told her that we weren't her punching bags.
We weren't.
She kicked Remy, and she was kicking me and punching me, and I pushed her back, and I told Remy, I was like, yo, we're gonna take a walk.
So you know I've asked you this question before. When she hit you with the candle, did it hurt you?
Yeah, I don't know what that thing weighs, probably like 2 pounds or something. It's a heavy candle, and it hurt.
And after you took the candle from her, you just told us that she continued to hit you and
Yes,
kick you. And
yes.
did that hurt?
Yes, she hits hard.
And then you restrained her arms and pushed her to the side of the bed.
I did. I held her arms down, and I like turned my hip sideways, she had kicked me in the groin, so I was not trying to have that happen again. So I turned sideways and sort of like just sidestepped and like pushed her back. And I said, all right, like, you know, we're not your punching bags here. Like, I'm like, no more hitting. And I said, you're going to stay on your side. I'm going to stay on my side. And then I like, you know, I looked at Remy and I was like, you know what, let's just go outside. And so I grabbed a couple things. I grabbed the Glock, I grabbed Remy's leash, and leashed Remy up, and we went outside.
And when you went outside, what was Emily doing?
I don't know. I told her.
Let me rephrase that question. You said you pushed her to the side of the bed and told her what you've already
Yeah.
described to
I
us.
said, you stay on your side, and I'll
What
stay.
did she do anything after that?
I don't know. I went outside.
Did she stay on the bed? When you left, was she on the bed?
She was like leaning against the bed when I left, and I grabbed my stuff and took off outside. And on the way out, I said, you know what, like, just wherever you want, like, just be wherever you want. Like, I'm stepping out. Yeah, Remington and I stepped outside, and you know, she. When I say she, I'm talking about Remington. Went and, you know, did her business. So. When I came back inside after letting Remy out, Emily was on the bed. And
What did you do? Well, I believe you told us earlier it had been raining.
yes, it was actually, yes. It was raining outside, so when I came back in, Remington and I were wet, so I grabbed a towel and dried Remy off and dried myself off. And I came back in. And
Where was Emily?
she was on the bed. I think she was like scrolling on her phone. And
So what did you do?
I made a drink. I came in, I put my stuff down. I came in, made myself a drink, and had some more to smoke. Asked her if she was up for talking about why exactly she had a fit about the candlelight. I don't know what she was saying. She was saying something, but it was just like she was just like muttering, so I couldn't really hear what she was saying.
Okay, then what happened?
Well, at some point there was
Yeah, that is a good
see
point,
that,
Brenda. Yeah, he said the phones were off to preserve energy.
yeah, there was yeah, there was some muttering from her.
Think
and,
long, think wrong, Joseph.
And then I don't
After there was muttering from her, what do you remember doing next? You.
Some time had passed. I think there was like another drink involved. And then at some point, I had decided to go climb in bed, and
And just to be clear, your side of the bed is at the back of the bus, correct?
right, yes, it is.
So in order to get to your side of the bed,
Yeah,
what did you have to
Your
do?
Honor, leading.
there's.
What did you have to do?
Yeah, to get into the bed. So, to give you an idea, like the bed is very high. There's a lot of storage, and then there's a mattress, and then she was laying on top of it, so it was very high. So you have to climb onto the couch and then across her side of the bed to get into my side of the bed.
So did you say that you decided to try and get into bed?
Yeah, I decided to get into bed.
And did you take the Glock with you?
Yeah, I drained my drink, and I grabbed the Glock off the counter, and I
And what was Emily doing?
she was laying in bed.
And where, if you know, was the Taurus?
The Taurus was under her pillow.
How do you know that?
That's where it was the last time that I had saw it,
When was that?
earlier that day.
Okay. That evening or that day?
That day.
Okay.
It was there all day.
Okay, so you take the Glock
Yes?
that already has the silencer on it, correct?
Yeah, it had a suppressor on it.
And what do?
I climb into bed, and as I'm climbing across Emily, her mutters turned into shouts, and I like you have to climb over the person to get to, like, if this is my spot and this is her spot, this would be her. Like, you have to like climb over her to get to here. So I was climbing over her, and she shouted, "Fuck off!" And she like threw an
Yes,
elbow
Chaloon, they do.
at me, threw an elbow, and elbowed me in my groin.
Did that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. It was like right to my genitals.
Did you say anything when she said fuck off?
I didn't say anything when she said "fuck off." I got hit in the groin, and I said, "No more hitting." And so we had like a bunch of throw pillows that we like lined around the bed, like the top of the bed where we slept. So one of the throw pillows was right there, and I swatted her with the throw pillow, and I said, "Stop hitting." And that's when it happened.
What happened?
She said, "That's it, you're dead," and she threw her arm under her pillow, and she pulls her hand out with the Taurus, and
How were you feeling?
I was feeling horrified, just
Were
like
you afraid?
I was terrified. Like, there was like as soon as I saw that, like, I just felt like this like wave of heat, like just like red hot, and she started like pushing her body up in an instant, and I'm like, no, 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 and like I don't know, like she wasn't stopping, and I had my I was holding my Glock, and she started just like coming up at me, and I just fired.
Why?
She was gonna shoot me.
And you were afraid?
Very.
You fired twice.
That's
Do you
right.
remember firing twice?
All I remember is like feeling like three things. It was like, I felt like it was like boom, 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 and it was like two shots, and then her body like dropping. Like,
That's what you remember?
that's what I felt. Yeah.
That's what you saw?
Yes.
But I asked you what you felt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I felt the it's just horrified, and yes, it was terrible.
Did you shoot her because you were angry?
No, 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 no. Yeah, it was like she wasn't gonna stop, and like that was the only way. Like, it didn't didn't have to be like that. Like,
Is there a question?
I'm giving my witness time to recover. He's having some difficulty.
Right, Margaret. Is this the part where I start hyperventilating on
so-
purpose?
Are you ready to continue?
maybe just a moment.
So, Joseph. Okay. What happened after you shot her?
I yelled at her, like, I said, "You fucking kidding?" And like, why the hell would you do that?
Did you know she was dead?
I picked her up.
You're asking for a sidebar, ask for it, but don't come up here.
May we approach briefly?
Yeah.
Very briefly.
Yeah. I know, right, Kel? He's working on his hyperventilation.
Okay. You picked up her body, then what did you do? You've already told us that you were yelling at her.
Yes.
What did you do?
I shook her.
You shook her?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I wasn't sure if she was dead. And she just fell lifeless, and she was gone. Like,
Okay. What did you do after you shook her? You confirmed in your mind that she was dead. Is that what you're telling us?
yes.
Then what did you do?
I threw the pistol on the couch. I grabbed the other pistol. I threw that on the couch.
Let me back you up. What pistols are you talking about?
There's a Glock pistol and a Taurus pistol.
So the Glock is yours, and that's the one you used to shoot her, is that right?
That's correct.
And the Taurus was hers.
That's correct.
And they were both on the bed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What did you do with them?
I threw them off the bed onto the couch.
Did you remove the silencer from the Glock?
No.
Okay. So you threw the two guns onto the couch.
Yes.
Then what did you do?
I slid off the couch and I slid off the bed, and I was like, I remember like touching her hair and touching her back and talking to her, and I was
Did you have anything more to drink?
later on I had some more to drink. Yes.
So what you're telling us is you sat beside her body for some
Objection, Your
period
Honor.
of time?
He has not testified to any of that.
Yes. For some time I sat.
So wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait.
There's a series of leading questions, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I've been told. So what did you?
Wait till I finish. So
Oh, okay, sorry.
no more leading questions, all right?
Well, we're just setting some foundational things, Judge.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time.
So
Where are
without
we?
my putting words into your mouth, what did you do next?
I sat with her body, and I touched her hair. I touched her back, and I talked to her. And I
Do you have any idea what time of day or night this might have been?
this was probably after 2 a.m., which would be Saturday morning. Saturday morning.
Then what did you do then?
At some point, I lifted her up again, and I was inspecting her, and I just saw like a lot of blood like coming out of her head, and I was like, oh my god, like. So I went and I had some plastic bags, so I went and opened a plastic bag and I put it under her head so she would, I didn't know how much blood was going to come out, so it was like a catchment, and I sat there for some time, just like maybe like 10 or 15 minutes, just like.
Okay, I'm taking my phone with me so I can watch because I don't want to miss this. But I have to go to the potty, so I'll be on my phone and away from the computer for like 3 minutes. Okay.
Sitting there, and there was I don't, at some point after that, I think I like slid off the couch onto the floor, and I called out for Remington, and she has like a small doghouse underneath one of the couches, so I checked on her, and I sat with her, and at some point I grabbed the vodka and continued drinking.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
And ask you. You're testifying today about what you remember. When did these memories come to you?
My memories came to me sometime after the event. I was detained by the police, and I was put into a cell, and I want to say it was like at some point, maybe like, I'm estimating, like a week or 2 weeks, probably closer to 2 weeks later, after being in the cell. I don't know, like I had an experience. I know that this is going to sound strange, but I had an experience. I don't know if anyone's ever like been on a merry-go-round, where you're on it and everything's just spinning, but that's what I was experiencing. It just felt like everything was spinning, and then the ride finally came to like a stop, and then there was like a bit of clarity where like there wasn't as much like distortion.
So what you're telling us today about what you did after you shot Emily, are those memories that came back to you later on?
Objection. Again, Judge, another leading question.
Sustained.
When did those, what you just told us, it was a couple of.
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks. I was having flashbacks. I finally started to. I felt very separated. And what I mean by that is like I feel like my mind and my body were on two different planets, and I finally like rested and started to like feel clearer about things, and I was trying to understand what happened, and trying to put the pieces back together, and
So let's continue with what you remember happening, and we're in the early hours of Saturday morning, right?
Yeah.
What do you remember next?
Early Saturday morning, I sat with Remy, and we mourned together, and we were just like so scared and confused, and yeah, I remember drinking from the bottle, and then I remember the sun coming up, and yeah, I remember the sun coming up, and then at some point, I made the call to get some coffee together, So
So you remember making coffee?
yep. I remember it being sun up, and I remember making some coffee. I had a French press and some coffee grounds and made some coffee. And took Remington out, drank some coffee, and then it was just, yeah, I don't know, like I was just like, I was really shook. So I just I was having a hard time focusing, you know. I just remember like my mind was like working in loop or something. Like I just kept seeing it happen over and over. It was terrible.
Are you telling us that you saw yourself shooting
Oh my
Emily?
God, he said it was terrible. Kind of reminds me of Sarah Boone's horrific. I mean,
No.
Wait until the judge rules.
Oh, sorry.
You can answer.
No. I just remember. I just remember like the sensation of like her body dropping, and I remember like picking her up and her just like falling, just lifeless.
And that's what you remembered?
Yeah.
You were, I think you said over and over.
Yeah, like intermittently just interrupting everything.
What, if anything, do you remember doing on Saturday?
On Saturday, I reached out to my sister. I was reaching out to see if she was awake, if she had her morning coffee yet, to see what her plans were for the day, and I don't know if she asked me or if I asked her about eating, because the next thing that I remember is we went to eat some breakfast.
You remember that?
I have like a couple flashes of like getting in her car, somebody's car, Ariel's car, I don't know whose car. I remember getting in their car. I remember like being at the restaurant. I don't really remember specifics.
Do you remember telling her anything about where Emily was?
Yes, okay, yeah, I do remember she asked, is Emily joining us? And I lied and told her that Emily was still sleeping.
Why did you lie?
We talked about how their trip was for their vacation, and that she didn't want us to bring our drama to their vacation. So I didn't want to dump that on her.
So your testimony is that you didn't tell her that you shot Emily because you were honoring her request not to bring drama?
Yes, I didn't want to bring the drama to her vacation.
Okay. What else did you do on Saturday that you can now remember?
After breakfast, there was talk about her. She wanted a tattoo, and I said I'd be happy to give you a tattoo. So we made plans to meet up. Oh, you know what? I think at some point I took a shower. Yeah, I took a shower. Yeah, I think after breakfast I took a shower in her Airbnb. And
So you remember her asking for a tattoo and you agreeing to do that, right?
yes,
What else do you remember happened on Saturday, if anything?
took a shower. I went and I had to pack Rosie up for a trip. And after the events of the night, or the morning, the events of the morning, Emily was lying on the bed. So I had to like a cleanup. I had to clean up some things and move some things around and sort of pack everything up to move the bus. And yeah, I collected some items, and like I said, I packed things away so they wouldn't move around during transport, and I moved Emily from the bed onto the floor of the shower, and then
Any idea what time of day this happened?
I want to say midday.
So after you had breakfast, took a shower, came back, you cleaned up. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Then what else, if anything, do you remember about Saturday?
Saturday, I drove
Right, Tanika.
drove to
Yeah, he says, or his attorney says, that he said that he lost memory, like bits and parts and pieces he couldn't remember, and then they just started coming back to him.
to Sarah and Jason Lang's. They were letting me use a room as a studio where I was doing some tattooing, and there was I want to say maybe like an hour and maybe like an hour and a half drive up to St. Albans from Bolton. So I drove. I drove through Jonesville. I stopped at the river where we used to go swimming. I threw some items into the river. I drove to.
When did you remember all of this?
This is all stuff that I'm just putting back together. I feel like everything, all my memory is very fragmented. Like it's just like pieces of a puzzle, and I'm just trying to put the puzzle back together. So I didn't remember until we started trying to figure out why everything happened and how everything happened.
Okay. So you drove up to St. Albans, is that right? To the Langs.
Went to the Langs.
What happened then, if you remember?
I parked Rosie, and I went to speak with Sarah. She was home. I think Jason was working.
What, if anything, did you tell them about where Emily was?
They, well, Sarah was there, and she asked, "Where's Emily?" And I lied to her, and I told her that Emily had left to go hang out with some friends. Yeah, she was talking about going to hang out with her friends, so I just sort of like ran with that information and just told Sarah that she was hanging out with her friends.
What do you remember happening next?
Well, at some point, my sister and Ariel showed up at the Langs. Yeah, she brought me my phone, and
What do you mean she brought you your phone? Wasn't it with you?
no, I asked her if I could use her electricity at her Airbnb and leave the phone charging, and she could just bring it with her. So she brought me my phone, and we talked about doing a tattoo, and I remember doing like a sketch out of the tattoo. I remember feeling like really angry. Not with my sister, but just like the events that happened, it just kept like rolling over in my head. And I was just so angry, like thinking like how anyone could push me to that. Like I just never thought that was possible.
Okay, you're angry. Talking about how I was so angry. What makes me angry is that's twice now I've heard him say that. He said it in the interrogation video too. He said, I'm so angry that I let someone push me to that level. So it's her fault. Yeah. Okay.
And, yeah, just like really, really out of focus. And,
We've heard testimony from other witnesses that you appeared very calm and natural. Remember hearing that?
I do.
But you're telling us that that was not what your emotions were.
I was falling apart inside. Outwardly, yeah, I think I'm a very closed off person. I'm a very private person, and I do drink and use THC to excess. I mean, not anymore. I've been sober for 3 years, thank God. But out there, it was pretty bad. I was drinking and I was smoking almost all day, and it definitely helped to like just keep me numb.
But are you telling us that in general you're a closed-off person?
I mean, I don't really show outwardly like how I'm feeling or what's going on with me.
Okay. And it's been commented before that, and we've also seen it on the interview, you were able to go from showing emotion to having small talk just like that. How is that possible?
I mean, the interview, the video is hard.
We're going to talk about that in more detail. I'm just asking you about
Well,
flipping
so
the switch and
yeah, a lot of times I've been working with people for a long time, and I usually will start talking to someone to get them to open up about themselves.
and you're talking about working as a tattoo artist.
Yeah, working as a tattoo artist and a piercer, what I do, it hurts. It hurts people. Like tattoos hurt, piercings hurt. So as a distraction, I will get people to talk, and once they're distracted enough, then I will do the procedure, and typically they're not focusing on the sensation, so they can be still. I don't know if anyone has tattoos, but you can't move around. It's permanent marks. So if you move around, if you want the word Bob, it might come out saying Bub. So you don't want to move around a lot when you're getting.
So is this your explanation of how you're able to engage in small talk?
Yeah, I just get
easily?
people talking.
This is a habit that you've developed.
Yeah, it lets me focus on what I'm doing without having to worry about them.
Okay, so you said you were drinking a lot and smoking a lot at that time, over that weekend.
Yes.
And we were talking about what you did on Saturday. And what else, if anything, do you remember from Saturday?
Saturday, the tattoo for Nicole happened, and then Nicole, Ariel, and myself went to get some food and some drinks, and I believe they drove. They drove. I got in their vehicle, and we went to Twigs, and I remember having like a snack, and I remember having multiple drinks, and leaving. Well, really, I remember them dropping me off back at the Lang's place.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of the conversation or I felt very distracted and very just, yeah, I was going through some pretty emotional stuff.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's like the first time anything like this has happened to me. So like I couldn't focus. But what I do remember is them dropping me back off at the Langs, and I remember going back into Rosie, and just sort of seeing the state of affairs in there, and
What does that mean?
Emily was deceased, and there was blood, and it was bad, and
Did you sleep that night?
no, I got a blanket and I covered him, and I sat with her and talked with her, and yeah, the three of us just sat together, and yeah, we just cried, and
You cried.
yeah, Remington was like, she knew what happened, and it was like she was crying too, you know, she was like whining, and
So that's Saturday night.
yeah.
Do you have any recollection of Sunday?
Well, I remember drinking. I remember sitting on the floor, like, holding Em's hand.
You there.
Uh-huh.
Did you have all of this, what were you drinking? Was it still what you told us before, vodka and Red Bull?
No. No, I believe that was Saturday night. So I remember drinking red wine and gin.
Was this alcohol that you already had purchased and had in the bus?
Yes.
It's a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, I had a real problem. And I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to be in my emotions like that. And I drank, and then I remember.
Okay, I have a bit of a problem with that. Problem I have with that is in his interview interrogation, he wasn't eating the carbohydrates, the bread on his sandwich. And then he also didn't want to eat the potato chips. Because he was acting like he said stuff like, well, basically in not so many words, try to make good choices. And I don't need the carbs because I'm just sitting here. Like, the way he made it sound was that, he would need the carbs if he was like burning carbohydrates. But because he's just sitting there, his body doesn't need the carbohydrates. Okay, if you care that much, then you're not going to drink yourself into oblivion 24/7. I don't believe there was that much alcohol. I'm sure he drank, but he's trying to act like he, stayed schmammered the entire time. I'm not buying it.
I remember the sun coming up on Sunday, but I don't really remember Sunday.
Okay. Do you remember anything happening on Monday?
All I remember is from there on is just like flashes of things, and just really like distorted.
Let me ask you specifically, do you remember going to the Basses on Monday?
I remember like a flash of being on the road, like riding there. I remember a flash of seeing Adrian's eyes.
Why did you go to the Basses?
So that was that Monday? I had I found out that I went to the Basses, and
I mean, you found out. What do you mean you found out?
well, I read a transcript.
Okay, so I'm asking you if you have an independent memory or recollection of going to the Basses.
All I remember is like seeing Adrian's eyes, and yeah. Then after that, I remember I remember having like a sense.
Yeah, he did kind of avoid it, but also he's trying to act like he doesn't remember that the only reason he knows he did is because he read about it in a transcript, but he doesn't have any memory of it except for the flash of her eyes.
Sensation of like hugging Spencer and like falling into his car.
Okay. So very sporadic memories.
Yeah. It's just there's no like memory reel. It's just there's a piece
I don't
here,
know
and a piece there, and nothing
specifically.
lines up, and I can't.
We'll take our afternoon break now.
Okay.
I want to talk to the parties for a moment.
Okay, break time. Break time, break time.
Been, we're working, your estimate was you were going to be another hour. We're working on, it's been a little over an hour and a half.
Now, things that I was planning to cover later on.
How much longer do you think your direct will be?
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
45 minutes-ish.
I'm not holding you to an amount to cross, but do you think we would finish cross today? If you start at 3:30 or 3:45? Again, there's no need to say yes.
I don't know.
Okay. All right, and we'll talk about tomorrow, but I think we're probably looking pushback, maybe pushing back closings certainly till at least Thursday afternoon and maybe Friday morning, but we'll see how things go, depending on what further evidence there might be. All right? Okay, thank you.
All right, quick break, quick break.
Okay. Is there anything to
Okay, here we go.
Is there anything to address before we bring back?
Oh, wait a minute. I just got an alert from Kathy Russin on Twitter. And it says, breaking. Hannah Kobayashi, the Maui woman who went missing in LA last month, has contacted her family and told them she is safe. Yeah, we kind of knew that. Well, I mean, yeah, I have a lot of feelings about that whole situation. That's weird. Okay, let's go.
The jury.
No, thank you.
Okay? Bring in the jury.
I know, you guys, her poor dad. I mean, I don't know the situations, but I'm assuming just from face value, right? Just assuming on its face that he took his life because he thought she was deceased. Or had been like trafficked or whatever. You know what I mean? And so if that's the case, you know, I don't know. Hi, babe. If that's the case, the amount of guilt, I don't know.
Please be seated. We're back in the matter of State versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. After our mid-afternoon break, all members of the jury are present, and we'll continue with direct examination. Ms. Jantz.
Thank you, Judge. So, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. You've admitted that you lied on multiple occasions over the course of the weekend, right?
Right.
Do you remember the things, you've already testified that you lied to your sister, you lied to the Langs?
Yes.
Any other lies that you remember telling?
No.
Do you remember sending text messages to Emily's phone over the course of the weekend?
I do remember sending messages when I was with my sister. She brought up Emily, and I was like, "Oh, I'll send, I'll text her, see where she's at." And
Why did you do that?
that was another lie. I did not want to tell my sister what happened.
And when you were at the Bassett's, do you remember having a telephone conversation with a law enforcement officer from Vermont?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Why were you lying to all these people about where Emily was?
Well, so it's like this. I had talked to my grandmother about coming to Pennsylvania to help get her out of her home and put her into a safer home, either like a one-story home or like an assisted living. And Emily and I were going to go to Pennsylvania to help make that process happen. And if I would have told people, then the police would have been called, and I would be detained, and I would not be able to help my grandmother get her life together. So I wanted to move forward with my plans, even though what happened made it impossible.
So your testimony is that you lied because you wanted to get back to Pennsylvania to help your grandmother move.
Yes.
Why didn't you just go back to Pennsylvania instead of hanging around all weekend?
Well, so I took the opportunity to be with my sister, as I hadn't seen her in years, and I asked her what she wanted to do, and she told me what she wanted to do. So I spent time doing that. I was catching up with my friends, the Langs, and spent time with them. I asked them what they wanted to do, and hung out with them. And yeah, that was why I was. I didn't. I don't know. My everything sort of just like got turned upside down. So I spent time with the people that were around, and
Do you remember inflicting any stab wounds into Emily's body after she was dead?
no.
Do you remember cutting her up?
I have one flash of memory where I cut into her leg with a knife, and then I stopped. It made me sick, and I remember being sick, like nauseous and vomiting, and that's all I remember is being sick.
Just once?
No, I drank. I drank and got sick multiple times. But I don't remember any other part of that incident.
So he remembers drinking and getting sick multiple times, but you don't remember. Okay, buddy. Okay.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your taped interview with the police. At the time you talked to them, when was the last time you had slept? So you talked to them about 2:30 roughly on Tuesday afternoon. Prior to that, when was the last time you slept?
We left for our trip Friday, so Thursday night into Friday. I woke up Friday morning.
So Friday morning was the last time you slept before you were interviewed by the police. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I woke up Friday morning, somewhere about 7:30. Yeah, we slept, and we were in New Hampshire, and we slept in her bedroom.
You've seen your recorded interview a couple of times, right?
I have.
And do you remember Detective Vorse asking you more than once, where did you sleep that night? Do you remember seeing that?
I saw the video of it. I don't remember. I don't have memory of that. I don't have access to a lot of my memories at this point. I only have what I've seen on the video.
Okay. You saw on the video that you said to him, I slept on the bus more than one, in response to more than one question. Do you remember seeing that?
I saw that on the video.
Yeah. But your testimony is that you were essentially, you hadn't slept.
Can I ask you not to read the witness?
Yes, certainly, Judge. Yep. The first time you saw the video, what was your reaction to seeing yourself and hearing what you said?
It was revolting. My reaction was disgust. I was revolted to see and hear. I was like so like depersonalized, like disassociated. Just I don't know how to. It was revolting to me to watch that video.
The first time you saw the video, did you remember participating? Do you have memories of that interview?
No, it's no. When I watch that video, it's like I don't know if anyone here has ever gone blackout and then come to and found videos and photos where that you just can't explain. But that's how it makes me feel. Like I see myself on the video, but I don't remember being there.
You don't remember being there. You don't remember anything that you said. I think you told us earlier that several weeks after you were detained by the police, you started having flashback memories. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what's the first thing you remember? Were these in dreams, or how did these come about?
Well, after recovering, there was
What do you mean recovering?
there was a period where I wasn't sleeping, and I felt like, I don't know how to say this, but I felt like I don't know, like I was broken in two. Like my body and my mind weren't the same, and it took some time. I was having a lot of nightmares, and I was having poor sleep. So once I finally felt rested and realized where I was trying to figure out what had happened that had gotten me there. And that's when I was able to read the affidavit from that interview, the video interview, and none of it made sense to me.
And so when did you first remember that, as you testified today, Emily was going to shoot you?
When I was arrested and I was thinking, what happened? That's when the memories started coming to me. It was like those same kind of flashbacks that I was having, but like the pieces started kind of like coming together a little bit more. There's, and it's frustrating because there's some memories there's some memories that aren't there. So this whole process has been kind of strange, picking up new pieces and trying to put the thing back together. And yeah, I've never experienced anything like this, so it just makes me feel like I have some very strong feelings about it. And yeah, I just need help putting the puzzle back together.
So I don't think I went over this with you, but you have no criminal record, do you?
No.
And so you had no experience being,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Wrong choice of words, putting things back together. You dismembered your wife's body. You can't put that back together. You know? No.
the police. So here's the question for you, to explain to these people why you didn't tell the police everything you've told us today. That, as you've explained, you shot Emily because,
Yeah, just ask the
yes,
question.
fine. Why didn't you tell the police that?
I don't remember talking to the police.
That's at all. Much of the information that you provided to the police corresponds with, was corroborated by other means, like where your phone was and with whom you met. The only thing that is missing from that interview is that you didn't tell them that you shot her in self-defense. And your explanation is what?
I didn't remember talking to the police. The memories came to me as they came to me, which was, as I said before, like after I had rested and I felt like I could use my mind. Then I was trying to figure out what exactly it was that happened, and that's when all the flashbacks started coming back, and then I described it to you guys.
So your answer, to summarize what you said, is you have no memory of the interview.
I watched the video of it.
And your memories came back in fragments weeks later.
Yeah, some of them are still, like I'm seeing stuff still, as we're doing this that just is foreign to me, so.
Is foreign to you?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Judge.
You may.
I have nothing else. Thank you. State is one.
Ooh, now the cross.
Got it.
Thank you.
Let's go. I hope
The
she
truth is that before
tears him
leaving New
up.
Hampshire, you stopped at Market Basket, right?
I did see that, yes.
That's the truth,
I saw that on the PowerPoint.
and it's the truth.
I don't remember it, but yes.
And you spent $60.43 at Market Basket?
Is that what happened?
It is what happened.
Okay.
Do you agree with me that that's what happened?
I don't remember it, so if you have fact that says that, then I agree with you.
And you left New Hampshire around 3:45 on Friday. Is that the truth?
Yes, that's what the geolocation thing provided.
Well, Mr. Ferlazzo, you testified today that you left New Hampshire on Friday afternoon, so you remember that.
I don't remember the exact time.
And you stopped in Andover for gas,
Yes.
and you spent money on gas, $27.09,
Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
and you stopped in
Good
Lebanon.
question. Good question.
Is that correct?
That's the
Tanika.
truth,
I
you
don't-
stopped in Lebanon.
Okay.
All right, you're welcome.
Right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You got to Vermont, and you stopped at Crossroads Beverage in Waterbury.
I did see that on the PowerPoint, yes.
And you spent some money at Crossroads. You got some gas, $40.
Okay,
And you bought a bottle of liquor at the liquor store, $22.40.
okay,
And then you went to your sister's Airbnb,
yes,
parked in the parking lot,
correct,
and you got there around 7:20 on Friday night.
yes,
And we can all agree that at 7:20 on a date in the middle of October, it's dark in Vermont.
yes,
And your sister was still in Burlington,
yes,
and you texted with her,
yes,
and she and Ariel stopped by the camper to talk when they got back.
that's correct,
And you guys discussed plans to go and watch Netflix inside.
that's correct,
But you changed your mind and didn't go watch Netflix.
that is correct,
And you texted Nikki at 9:39 and said you weren't coming in. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending the text, but you have it there in front of you, so,
And you said to her, I'll see you in the morning.
all right,
And you said, you still drink coffee?
all right.
Said that to your sister?
That was what I said to her? That's, you have that?
Would you like to see the text?
I don't remember the text. I don't remember the text exactly, so if you have them, then,
Do you want to see them?
I mean, I don't have to. If you're gonna read them to me, then we can do it this way, or
So you've testified that Emily was mad when you got to Bolton.
she was angry.
And she was mad about Jolene.
I would believe so. She never said anything about that to me, so I don't know if I should speculate on that or not.
Well, Jolene's your ex-wife,
Correct.
and Jolene lives in the same condo complex as your sister's Airbnb.
Ooh, Jolene, 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 Jolene. Sorry, I had to do it. How many of you all did the same thing?
That's also correct.
And
Approach.
Ooh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you. Please take my man back because I don't
So,
want him because he's a whole
Jolene
crap.
lives in the same condo complex as your sister's Airbnb.
Correct.
And that was the first thing that came up when you put the car in park, was Jolene, correct?
She was never brought up.
You sent a text message to Jolene on the 17th. Do you remember texting Jolene?
I don't.
And you were texting about wishing that you could have seen her when you were in Vermont.
Okay.
And you said to her that you couldn't see her because it was the first thing that came up, and I said I wouldn't. I want to take Bear for a walk with Remy. She only turns around to kick me to the curb. It's no big deal. I spent the day with my sister. It was awesome. You remember sending that text?
I don't.
So Emily's mad at you. You guys argue, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's rebuffing you.
Yes.
She doesn't want to dance.
No.
She doesn't want the candles on.
Correct.
She just wants to go to bed.
She didn't say anything to me.
She went and laid down in the bed.
Yes.
She's facing outward, scrolling on her phone,
Yes.
and she's saying hurtful things to you.
She was muttering something.
She was saying things like, I don't want to be with you. This is stupid.
She was saying that she didn't want to be there.
She was saying, you're pathetic.
Yeah, she said this was a pathetic trip.
You told police that she was grumbling a bunch of shitty, hurtful things.
That's what I said.
And that's what you remember.
I remember her muttering some things. It was inaudible things.
You're sitting down on the couch, correct?
When?
When Emily's saying these hurtful things to you. You're sitting on the couch.
No.
You're in the bed.
No.
You're standing in the aisle.
Yeah, I was doing some,
You're yoga dancing.
yes, that's correct.
And you say that you light some candles
Yes,
His
And
yoga
Emily doesn't like the
dancing.
candlelight.
that's correct.
And she tells you to put them out.
That's also correct.
And you don't put them out.
No, I don't.
And she gets up and she grabs one of these candles.
Yes,
These big Yankee candles,
yes,
glass,
yes, ma'am.
heavy.
Very.
And she starts hitting you in the head with it
Yes, ma'am.
and in the body.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're able to grab onto her and get the candle away from her.
That's correct.
And that is over. She goes and lays back down.
Yes. Well, actually, I didn't see her lay back down. I grabbed the puppy and went outside.
When you came in, she was in the bed,
Yes.
and you are trying to relax,
Yes.
trying to enjoy your vacation,
Yes.
and you make a decision,
What decision?
the decision that you need to stop this.
I was having some drinks and smoking.
You decided, enough is enough. I'm going to put an end to this.
No.
You got up. You got up from the couch where you were
was-
having your drink.
I wasn't on the couch.
You told the police that you got up.
I don't remember talking to the police.
You heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw a video.
And you
I was-
heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw the video.
Did you hear the video?
I heard the video.
And you heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
That was on the video, yes.
And you heard it.
Yes.
And you got your Glock.
Are we talking about the video?
I'm talking about what happened. You got
Right.
the Glock.
Correct.
And you put the pillow over her head.
I hit her with a pillow at one point.
The pillow was over her head when you shot her.
That is correct.
And it was over her head when you shot her the second time.
That is correct.
And when you realized that you had just shot your wife, you didn't call 911.
No.
You didn't go and get your sister.
No.
You had another drink.
Good question,
I sat with Emily for a
QB.
while
Good question.
before drinking more.
You actually put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
You tied a bag around her neck.
When at some point there was the next day I had to move her body from the bed to the floor of the shower, and I wrapped the bag around her head and tied a bag around her neck. to
You
move-
remember doing that?
To move her body.
You remember doing that?
I remember you saying it.
You remember doing that?
I remember putting a bag under her head.
You cleaned up?
Yes.
You picked up her shoes?
Yes.
You picked up her phone?
Yes.
You shut her phone off?
Her phone was off.
You told the police that you shut her phone off.
I told Emily to turn her phone off.
You shut her phone off after you shot her.
Her phone was off. She shut it off.
You put her wallet in a bag.
No.
You told the police that you put her wallet in a bag.
I don't remember talking to the police.
I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, but you've listened to the video and you've heard your words. So you told the police that you put her wallet in a bag, correct?
I did see the video.
And you heard you utter the words, "I put her wallet in a bag."
I don't remember that.
You heard
Oh,
yourself
the
say
video
those things.
on the video?
Yes.
I saw the video. Yeah.
And you heard yourself say, "I put her wallet in a bag."
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off."
Was that on the video too?
You watched the video.
Yes.
You were here with us.
Right.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off."
Yeah, the video is disturbing to me to watch. There's a lot of it that doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't do a good job on focusing on the details of it.
I understand it is disturbing, but we heard you say, "I shut her phone off." Did you hear that?
I do recall the video saying that.
And the person on the video who was saying that was you, Mr. Ferlazzo.
Yes.
And you told the police
I'd like very brief to approach.
Oh, this is getting good. Right. It's disturbing to you. You're right. He is trying to play dumb, but he's got a little bit of his attitude in it. And that's what's making it seem elusive. Yep. Can he be any more annoying? Right, Cal?
Hold the. So, Mr. Ferlazzo, you told the police that you shut Emily's phone off. Is that correct?
From the video? Yes. I said that on the video.
And you told the police that you shut her phone off because she wasn't going to be using it anymore.
Like I said, I don't remember the video. It's hard for me to focus on the details of it. So if that's what happened, then my recollection is different.
So if that's in the video, you said that.
If that's in the video of
You're not contesting that that was some other person
I'm
in the
not
video.
definitely no, I'm not. That's there's a video of me saying a bunch of stuff on the video.
And you put the bloody pillow in a garbage bag,
Yes.
and you put the red throw pillow in a garbage bag. Yes?
Yes.
You flipped the mattress over.
Yes.
You put new sheets on the bed.
Yes.
You put new blankets on the bed.
Yes.
Put some new pillows on the bed.
Yes.
And you never called the police.
I did not.
After you shot Emily, you continued to text her phone, correct?
Yes.
And you continued to call her phone.
Yes.
And this was the phone that you turned off.
I didn't turn her phone off. She turned her phone off.
This was the phone you put in a bag.
I didn't put a phone in a bag.
This was the phone that you threw away somewhere.
Yes.
You texted her when you were at the Langs on Saturday.
Yes.
You texted her when you were out to dinner with your sister. Yes?
Did I?
You testified on direct that you texted her when you were out with your sister at dinner.
I remember texting her. I remember Nikki bringing my phone, and I remember texting her. I don't remember texting her at dinner.
You testified when Attorney Jantz was just asking you that when you were out at dinner, Nikki was asking about Emily, and you texted her.
That was when I was at the Langs.
You weren't eating dinner at the Langs, you were eating dinner at Twig's.
I remember texting Emily's phone. I remember texting her phone at the Langs house. I don't remember texting her phone at dinner.
You texted her at the Langs house, that is correct.
Right.
And you did text her when you were out to dinner with your sister Nikki.
I did?
You called her multiple times,
Yes, that's what it showed on the phone record.
and this was the phone that was shut off,
Yes?
and the phone that was somewhere in the garbage or in the river.
Yes.
And you texted her throughout the weekend.
That's what the records say.
And you called her throughout the weekend.
Yes.
So Saturday morning, you decide to make coffee.
Yes.
You don't call the police on Saturday morning.
No.
You don't tell your sister on Saturday morning.
That's correct.
You bring coffee to your sister.
Yes.
You go take a shower in her Airbnb
Yes.
because Emily was in the bathroom of the RV.
I moved Emily from the bed to the shower floor in the bathroom of the RV so she wouldn't roll off the bed on the trip to the Langs.
You went to breakfast with your sister
That's right.
at Maxie's.
Yes.
You didn't tell your sister at breakfast that you had shot Emily twice the night before.
No. I had a talk with my sister prior to our reunion not to bring any of our drama.
You didn't want to.
Ruin my sister's vacation.
Understood. You ordered a mimosa at breakfast.
Yes.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating, but I feel like I remember seeing I saw the receipt on your evidence.
You ate breakfast.
Yes.
Had some eggs.
I don't remember eating.
Saturday afternoon, you drive the camper.
He
Up to
said
St.
on the
Albans.
way,
Yes.
Emily's in the
Pilola,
camper.
That's correct.
She's not allowed.
he said that he didn't want her to roll off on the way to the wherever he said he was going at the time. So, I mean, because he was driving the camper van. So that's what he meant by that.
Live.
No, she's deceased.
Oh, and hi, Pilola. Good to see you. Hi.
You drive through Richmond, Williston, South Burlington. You don't stop anywhere to tell the police that Emily was dead.
That's correct.
You drive right past the Vermont State Police Barracks in Williston on the interstate.
I don't know where that is.
You don't stop.
No,
You go up to the Langs. You park the RV.
that's correct.
You go into that Lang's house.
Yes.
And when the Langs ask where Emily is, you don't tell them that you killed her.
No.
You come up with a story that she's off visiting friends.
Right.
You give your sister a tattoo,
Yes.
multiple hours, correct?
Yes.
Pine cones, maple leaves, acorns.
Yes.
You're able to give her that tattoo and successfully give her that tattoo.
Yes.
It looks like acorns.
I don't remember. I couldn't really see. There was a photo of it, but I couldn't really see the photo.
You had no problem giving her a tattoo.
I was successful in giving her a tattoo.
And you would agree with me that it takes a steady hand to give a tattoo.
That's correct.
Just like in piercing, you need to have a steady hand.
That is correct.
You don't say anything to your sister while you're giving her the tattoo about what happened to Emily.
No,
You lie to your sister.
that's correct.
You tell your sister that Emily ran off
Yes.
somewhere. She was getting an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Yes, I remember saying that she was getting an Uber.
Because you didn't want to bring any drama.
That's correct.
You guys go out to dinner at Twigs.
Okay.
You remember going out to dinner at Twigs?
I remember being at Twigs. Yes, yes,
Had some drinks.
yes.
Told Detective Boris, good food, good drinks at Twigs.
Detective Voris,
James.
from the interview video. He was here. He was here a couple days ago, right?
You told him that
Yesterday.
Twigs has good food and good drinks.
That's what I said.
And you didn't tell your sister out at dinner about what happened to Emily.
No.
And when you got back to, when she dropped you off at the Langs, you didn't tell them the truth about what happened to Emily.
No, I did not.
You get up on Sunday morning, you come to Burlington, you hang out with your sister, you don't tell her what happened.
I don't really remember Sunday so well.
I'm
But I did
feeling some
see,
better,
from the
Pilola.
PowerPoint.
Thank goodness.
That we were having breakfast in Burlington.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating.
You don't call the police on Sunday.
No, ma'am.
You don't tell your sister what happened.
No, ma'am.
On the way back to St. Albans, you stop at Hannaford's.
Is that correct?
You saw the PowerPoint presentation.
I don't remember this part.
You buy bleach.
I saw that. Yeah.
You hang out at the bonfire at the Lang's house.
I do have a flash of memory of seeing a bonfire.
And you don't tell Sarah at the bonfire about what really happened to Emily.
I don't remember much other than like the flash of seeing a fire.
Is it fair to say that you didn't tell Sarah what happened?
I don't remember anything but seeing a flash of a fire. So there was a time on Saturday when I remember seeing Sarah and telling her that Emily had left vacation.
So you lied to Sarah?
I did lie to Sarah.
And you didn't tell anybody at the bonfire, Sarah, Jason, their kids, the off-duty police officer, you didn't tell anybody about what really happened to Emily?
Yes.
Your plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
I have a memory of burying Emily. Well, I have a memory of, well, I was talking to Emily about, she was deceased, and well, I was talking to her about getting her a burial, and
So you were going to bury Emily in the woods.
my plan, as I just said when I was talking to Emily, I do remember saying I want to bury your body.
I missed that.
And,
Does he have kids? Did he say he has kids?
And you were going to do that in the woods.
As I said, I was talking to Emily, and I did tell her that I wanted to bury her body.
gotta rewind
and
it real
that,
quick. I don't remember that. Or I didn't catch that, I mean.
There was a time on Saturday when I remember seeing Sarah and telling her that Emily had left vacation.
So you lied to Sarah?
I did lie to
Did I
Sarah.
rewind
And
it far
you didn't
enough?
tell anybody at the bonfire, Sarah, Jason, their kids, the off-duty police officer, you didn't tell anybody about what really happened to Emily?
Yes.
Your plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
I have a memory of burying Emily. Well, I have a memory of, well, I was talking to Emily about, she was deceased, and well, I was talking to her about getting her a burial, and
So you were going to bury Emily in the woods.
my plan, as I just said when I was talking to Emily, I do remember saying I want to bury your body, and
And you were going to do that in the woods.
as I said, I was talking to Emily, and I did tell her that I wanted to bury her body, and that the memories, it feels a bit strange, but it was, you know, there. I don't know how to say this, but
Let me ask it another way, Mr. Ferlazzo. You remember watching the video,
I watched the video, yeah.
and in the video you were speaking.
Yes,
That
right.
was you in the video.
Right.
And in that video, you told James and Seth that you were going to take her body into the woods and bury it.
So I remember talking to Emily, and
So it wasn't far
I
enough,
think this
Brenda?
was Saturday night, and I was talking to her and just telling her like that I wanted to bury her body, and the conversation, well, it wasn't a conversation, but I don't know if it was like a delusion or what, but it was like I was talking to her.
Okay, I'll rewind it back some more.
But I know that can't be true because she was deceased.
So that, yeah.
Is that correct?
You saw the PowerPoint presentation.
I don't remember this part. No, ma'am.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating.
You don't call the police on Sunday.
No, ma'am.
You don't tell your sister what happened.
No, ma'am.
On the way back to St. Albans, you stop at Hannaford's.
Is that correct?
You saw the PowerPoint presentation.
I don't remember this part.
You buy bleach.
It was what, Donnie?
I saw that. Yeah.
You hang out at the bonfire at the Lang's house.
I do have a flash of memory of seeing a bonfire.
And you don't tell Sarah at the bonfire about what really happened to Emily.
I don't remember much other than like the flash of seeing a fire.
Is it fair to say that you didn't tell Sarah what happened?
I don't remember anything but seeing a flash of a fire. So there was a time on Saturday when I remember seeing Sarah and telling her that Emily had left vacation.
So you lied to Sarah.
I did lie to Sarah.
And you didn't tell anybody at the bonfire. Sarah, Jason, their kids, the off-duty police officer. You didn't tell anybody.
Okay, there. Did he say their kids or your kids?
About what really happened to Emily. So you lied to Sarah.
I did lie to Sarah.
And you didn't tell anybody at the bonfire. Sarah, Jason, their kids, the off-duty police officer. You didn't tell anybody about what really happened to Emily.
Yes.
I think she said their kids.
Your plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
I have a memory of
I'm pretty sure she said their kids. Because he's talked before about having that, wanted to start a family and have kids with Emily. I could be wrong, but I mean, if he did have kids already, they sure haven't been mentioned. But I really think that she said Jason and Sarah, their kids,
what the video says.
And that's what you said on the video, correct?
Yes, I have no memory of talking to the police, so
I understand that. You've made that abundantly clear today.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you if that's you on the video.
It's me on the
And
video.
that is those are the words that are coming out of your mouth on the video.
yes.
Okay. And while you're involved in dismembering her, you decide that you're going to stab her through the heart.
Oh,
Did it
wait.
say that on the video?
I think I went too
Are
far.
you disputing that Emily was stabbed? The plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
I have a memory of burying Emily. I have a memory of, I was talking to Emily about, she was deceased, and I was talking to her about giving her a burial, and
So you were going to bury Emily in the woods.
my plan, as I just said when I was talking to Emily, I do remember saying I want to bury your body, and
And you were going to do that in the woods.
as I said, I was talking to Emily, and I did tell her that I wanted to bury her body, and that the memories, it feels a bit strange, but it was, there, I don't know how to say this, but
Let me ask it another way, Mr. Ferlazzo. You remember watching the video,
I watched the video, yeah.
and in the video you were speaking.
Yes.
That was you in the video.
Right.
And in that video, you told James and Seth that you were going to take her body into the woods and bury it.
So I remember talking to Emily, and I think this was Saturday night, and I was talking to her and just telling her like that I wanted to bury her body, and the conversation, well, it wasn't a conversation, but I don't know if it was like a delusion or what, but it was like I was talking to her. But I know that can't be true because she was deceased.
So that's not my question about you talking to her. My question was, that was you on the video.
In the video, yes.
That was you talking,
Yes.
and you told Detective Boris and Detective Richardson that you were going to take Emily's body into the woods and bury it.
That's what I said on the video, yes.
And you said that you couldn't get it into the woods in one piece.
From the video?
Yes.
Yeah, I was pretty revolted by watching the video, so I haven't really taken in all the details of it, but
Well, I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, and this is not the first time you've seen the video.
I've watched the video a few times.
Okay. And it's been 3 years since, more than 3 years since you spoke on that video.
Yes.
And you told the police in that video that you couldn't get her into the woods in one piece.
Am I supposed to speculate on? I mean, that makes sense, but
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you to confirm what is in the video.
The video says that.
Okay. And in the video, you said that that is why you cut her body up,
Yes, that's what the video says.
to get her into the woods to bury her.
Yes, that's what the video says.
And that's what you said on the video, correct?
Yes, I have no memory of talking to the police, so
I understand that. You've made that abundantly clear today.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you if that's you on the video.
It's me on the video.
And those are the words that are coming out of your mouth on the video.
yes.
Okay. And while you're involved in dismembering her, you decide that you're going to stab her through the heart.
Did it say that on the video?
Are you disputing that Emily was stabbed through the heart?
That's what the autopsy expert said.
And you stabbed her 8 times in the abdomen?
I have no memory of it.
And you stabbed her 9 times in the back?
Still,
Still?
no memory.
And as you were using the carpenter saw in the van to dismember Emily, at no time did you have a thought of, I should call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
As you're cutting her arm off and you're getting sick, you don't think, this has gone far enough, I have to call the police?
I don't have a recollection of a lot of the event.
You do have a recollection of getting sick when you
Yeah,
did that.
I do have a recollection of, there was one recollection, that it's like a flash of a recall of like taking a knife across her leg.
Well, you used a saw to cut her body up.
That's what the evidence shows.
Yes, and that's what you told police in the video.
I have no memory, except for there was a memory about the like cutting into her leg with a knife and being sick over it.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you didn't cut into her leg with a knife. You cut into her leg with a saw.
I have a memory of cutting into her leg with a knife.
You told police that you cut her with a saw.
On the video,
Yes.
It wasn't
That's what I said on the
electric,
video.
Donnie. It
That's what
was
you
a
said on the
handsaw.
yes.
And you did this multiple times.
What did I do multiple times?
Cut her with the saw.
I don't have any memory, except for, like I said, I have a memory of cutting into her leg, and
You're not disputing that her arms were cut off?
the evidence shows that her arms were cut off.
And you're not disputing that her legs were cut off?
That's what it shows.
And you're not disputing that her feet were cut off?
No,
And you're not disputing that her head was cut off?
no.
You also took her wedding ring off and put it in the cup holder.
Okay.
Ms. Jantz asked you about why you went back to New Hampshire on Monday. You said you couldn't remember. Is that right? You don't remember why you went back to New Hampshire?
Am I talking about what I remember, or am I talking about what I've seen?
I'm asking you, when Ms. Jantz was asking you questions about why you went back to New Hampshire on Monday, you said, I don't remember.
Donnie, I said a hand, like a hand saw, like the kind that you grab and you know, back and forth. A hand saw. It was probably about 12, 13 inches, and it had a navy blue handle on it with the serrated teeth.
Remember.
That's correct.
You told the police that you went back to New Hampshire on Monday because you were expected back in New Hampshire on Monday.
From the video?
And Adrian and David were expecting you and Emily back on Monday. Correct?
Is it?
And you needed to get your Jeep.
Okay.
You got your Jeep, right?
That's correct.
Because you needed something to get Emily's body into the woods.
Yes.
You didn't tell Emily's parents what happened.
Correct.
You
Oh,
didn't
okay.
tell Emily's
That makes
parents I
sense.
acted in
Gotcha,
self-defense.
gotcha.
I don't remember talking to Emily's parents.
You didn't tell Trooper Cody you acted in self-defense.
From the video?
You saw the video. You heard your conversation. You didn't tell him you acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to Trooper Cody.
So when you were in New Hampshire, that's when Emily finally was reported missing. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Mr. Ferlazzo, have you been present for the last 3 days here in court?
Yes.
And you've heard the testimony, correct? And you've seen the evidence, correct? I need a
That's
verbal
correct.
response.
That is correct.
And the testimony and evidence is that Emily was reported missing on Monday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Monday, when Emily was reported missing, she was in a van in St. Albans, correct?
Yes.
And you were in Northfield, New Hampshire.
Yes.
And you were 3 hours from that van.
Yes.
And you decided that you needed to buy yourself some time to get back to that van. So you lied to your in-laws.
Yes.
You told them that the van was at some guy named Kurt's.
From the, I do, yes, I remember hearing that.
And
With the party's approach.
Parties approach. Parties approach.
so you head back to Vermont from New Hampshire in the Jeep.
Okay.
Do you have a memory of that?
No.
You go to Spencer's.
Yes.
You text Spencer on the way to let him know you're coming.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
Clarify whether he simply,
She asked
Do you
about.
not remember?
No, ma'am.
And you arrive at Spencer's house. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You remember giving Spencer a hug
I do remember feeling an embrace.
from Spencer,
Yes.
and you head off to get your van
That's correct.
because you need to move it so that the police don't find it.
I had told Spencer,
I'm not asking you what you told Spencer. I'm asking you about going to the van.
okay,
You go to the van because you need to move the van.
okay.
again,
So Mr. Ferlazzo, do you have a memory?
No, ma'am.
When you get close to the van, you see all the police?
Okay.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
So are you telling me that you don't remember seeing the brigade of police?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember telling Spencer to turn the car around?
Is that what I did?
Do you not remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember telling Spencer that you shot Emily?
No, ma'am.
And you don't remember telling Spencer that you wanted him to shoot you?
No, ma'am.
You slept in the woods that night.
I don't remember that.
You went to Maplefield's convenience store the next day.
I don't remember that either.
You get a ride to the police station from Amy Nolan.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
No, my memory started to dissolve at some point. I don't really remember anything past Sunday, so.
When you are at the police station, you have memory.
What memory?
You told the police what happened on Friday.
Are we talking about the interview from the video?
When you were at the police station on Tuesday at 2:15 in the afternoon,
Okay.
you had memories of what happened on Friday.
I don't have any memory of being at the police station.
Would you agree with me that from what we've seen,
We've seen videos.
that you had a memory of what happened on Friday?
We've seen a video of me on a video.
And in that video, you are telling the police what you remember.
I don't remember talking with the police. I just remember watching a video.
And in that video, you are talking about what you remember.
Like I said, I don't remember talking with the police.
I understand that, Mr. Palazzo.
Margaret coming in with her 4-month
You
membership
gave the police
milestone
a very long
chat.
account of what happened.
I watched the video.
Yay!
And you would agree with me that based on that, you had a memory on October 19th of what happened on October 15th, and October 16th, and October 17th, and October 18th.
may we approach?
I don't know what I would.
They're going to approach again. While they're approaching, let's get a little bit of sparkle for Miss Margaret. I love it, Margaret. Ay, ay, ay. You're right. Keep your cool, Miss Prosecutor. It's all good. Just keep your cool.
Recall that, but I don't remember being there.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you purchased the Glock.
Yes.
in September 2017.
Is that, you have a record of that?
Do you remember purchasing the Glock in September 2017?
I don't remember when I got it.
Do you remember going to Pero's and buying it?
I remember going to Paris, I don't remember when.
And we can agree that September of 2017 was 2.5, 3 years before you met Emily?
I met Emily 2018 for the first time.
Well, before you and Emily started seeing each other romantically.
We're talking about, did you say September of 2017?
Well, that's what I said a couple of questions ago, but you and Emily started dating in the spring, summer of 2020.
Okay, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And you purchased the Glock before you met Emily
Yes.
at Pero's
Correct.
in Waterbury
Correct.
in 2017.
Correct.
And you purchased the Taurus in 2018.
Do you have a record of that? I don't remember when I got that one.
You got it at Pero's?
Did I? No, it doesn't seem right. So I actually seem to recall, are we still talking about this? Are you done?
Sorry?
Are we still talking about the Taurus?
Talking about the Taurus, yes.
To my recollection, I had a Taurus pistol that had a factory defect, and I sent it in to be checked out, and they replaced it with the Taurus 9mm that you're talking about now. What year did you say that
Mr.
was?
Ferlazzo, is that your information, Richmond address?
Can you have this identified, please?
Reading this paper.
Right?
What do we got here?
Mr. Ferlazzo, that is your contact information, right?
What do we got here?
This is Marcus.
140s. I can help you, Mr. Ferlazzo. Down here in the bottom here, this is your contact information, right?
I'm reading this paper that you put in front of me. It says right here that the ship due date was August 14th, 2018.
Thanks for interrupting, but it has been marked. Can we identify it by an exhibit number and what it is?
So it was, you may not have heard, I did it quietly, and I'm sorry for that. It's exhibit number 140, and you can suggest what it is since she's asking.
So it's,
Don't have to show it to me already. I just want to identify the record.
and the purchase date is August of 2018, correct?
I saw a ship to date that said that. Is it,
Mr. Ferlazzo, I'm going to help you.
help me out.
Right here, purchase date,
Oh.
8/20/2018.
Yes, I was looking over here at the ship to date.
So purchase date, 8/20/2018.
I see that.
Okay? You agree with me that you purchased it in August of 2018?
That's what it looks like.
And that was before you and Emily started seeing each other?
It is.
And all of the hunting rifles in the camper are your hunting rifles?
Yes.
The gun, the Taurus, that you are claiming Emily had under her pillow was found in the drawer of the camper,
Yes.
not under the pillow.
They found it in a drawer. I saw a picture of evidence that there's a photograph of it in the
And
drawer.
it got in that drawer because you put it there?
That's correct.
The gun that Emily pulled on you,
That's correct.
tucked it away in a drawer,
It was in a drawer.
holstered it,
Yes, it was in a drawer.
holstered.
Yes, it was in a holster in a drawer.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you're claiming that you don't have any recollection of really anything after Saturday afternoon. Is that correct?
I got probably, it really starts to fall apart like Saturday night, Sunday morning.
And you said that when you were meeting with James and Seth at the police department that you hadn't slept in days. Is that right?
I don't remember sleeping.
You did remember what day of the week it was when you were meeting with James and Seth.
From the video?
From reality.
We are talking about the video, right?
We're talking about reality.
Okay.
And you remembered that it was Tuesday.
On the video, there was talk of the date.
You were able to clarify details for Detective Boris? Do you remember clarifying details for him?
Are we asking me about watching the video, or are we asking me what I remember?
I'm asking about the truth, Mr. Ferlazzo. You clarified details for Detective Boris.
Are you asking me about the video, or are you asking me about
I'm
what I
asking you
remember?
about the truth.
Okay.
You clarified details for Detective Boris.
I don't remember speaking with Detective Boris, but I do remember watching a video.
You clarified, you made sure they had Spencer's last name.
From the video.
You corrected Detective Boris when he thought that you had gotten to Spencer's house at 11:30 in the morning. You corrected him and said, no, it was PM. No memory.
Are we talking about the video or what I remember?
Again, we're talking about reality.
Yeah, like I said, my memory started to dissolve like really like about Sunday, so yeah.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, we can agree that you lie.
Yes, I have lied to people.
You lied to Nikki.
That's correct.
You lied to Nikki and told her that Emily was sleeping.
Yes.
You lied to Nikki and told her that Emily had run off.
Yes.
You repeated that lie to Nikki later that night at Twiggs.
Well, I don't have the best memory of being at Twigs.
You lied to Sarah Lang about what happened.
Yes, I do remember telling Sarah that Emily ran off.
And you lied to Jason Lang.
I don't remember that.
You lied to David Bass.
I don't remember that.
You lied to Adrian Bass.
Don't remember that.
You lied to Trooper Cody.
Don't remember that.
You're lying today.
About.
Everything.
I'm sitting here giving you my recall of what I have to work with.
No questions.
You redirect.
No redirect.
Wow.
Lots of notice of receipt.
She did a great job. I don't know, Miss King, right? Does he really think the jury is buying this? Any of it?
No, we do not. Defense rests.
The parties approach.
Mic drop. Yeah, you should be concerned. Oh boy. You did not do well. You did not do well. You did not do well. He's going to excuse them for the day. There's not much time left on the video, on the stream. He has a look of concern on his face. He should be concerned.
All right, folks, we're going to stop for the day. In fact, given some matters we're going to have to discuss of a legal nature, in the morning, we're not going to start until the afternoon. So we'll start promptly at 1 o'clock, but you have the morning to relax. I will again ask you, please, please, please don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't try to learn anything about it. Don't go on social media or try and learn anything through the internet or medicine. We're getting close to the end, but we need to make sure that we stay diligent in that regard, okay? Have a good night, and we'll see what 1 o'clock. Please be here at 1:45, and we'll get started promptly.
All right.
Well, did he say he would see them at what, 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Please be here at 1:45, and we'll get started promptly.
All right.
Oh, I think he said 8:45. Right, Margaret. Wonder if he's going to remember being on the stand. Oh, that was funny.
Anything else today?
No, Judge.
So if you can let both Jance and myself know before the night's out whether you intend on offering a rebuttal case, that would be.
Just to clarify what that means before the night's out, are we talking? Just
I
want
was
an
gonna
idea.
give them till this evening, because
Okay.
I think they can
Thank you.
decide on that after reviewing the evidence, but as long as we get it to you this evening, I thought that would be good if they think they can.
Well, it's a question of if there's any server witnesses that I may need to call.
You're gonna,
And that depends on who, if any, they call.
Sir rebuttal is, to see whether there would be a Sir rebuttal. And then we'll pick that up here. In the event they purposely get to you. All right, thank you, have a good night.
Thank you, Judge.
See you tomorrow.
All right, you guys, they are done for tonight. So, thank you for joining. Can't wait to see how tomorrow goes. I'll plan on starting a little later so we can skip through the lunch and the breaks and all that jazz, right? But right, QB. Now she's lying to him saying, "You did so good. Good job up there. That was really believable." Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm going to scooch on out of here. And, hold on a minute. What are you doing, kid? Oh. She's acting like a dog. But I'm going to scooch on out of here, and I'm getting hungry. I think it's getting close to dinner time. So we'll see you guys back tomorrow. This was crazy. He was crazy. I think she's saying, "You make me want to tear up my bar association card," right? I know. That was nuts. See you tomorrow, she said. He probably thinks he did a good job. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. All right. They're gone. All done. We will see you guys back tomorrow. I hope you have a great night. All right. Make sure to hit the thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Thanks to all the folks that have been here day in and day out with me. I appreciate you guys, each and every one of you. I love you. See you tomorrow.